name is Moron. I'm trying to... Horses here, horses driving. Mind, cows are totally better than horses. That... Cows are... Yeah.
You must have lots of luck. Leave your storage matters to me, Doodle. I'll keep tabs on all your goods. But you can entrust your more valuable goods to my care as well. If you can't, have you met some of my brothers? I'm always too swamped with work to see them myself. Leave your storage matters to me, Doodle. I'll keep tabs on all your goods, both with and without legs. Leave your store. Have you met some of my brothers? I'm always too swamped with work to see them.
Need to use the storage?
You better than that? Oh my god! You're killing me! Do it better! You're worthless. What am I supposed to do with you? I'm running out of patience. You dummy! That's not the spot I'm talking about.
You keep doing that, I'll get hurt.
I'm telling you, it's not there. I'm running out of patience. God, what's this? What have we got here?
You can keep more goods if you get a house in town and use it for storage.
God, you're killing me. Do it better.
If you borrow a container from me, you can use the storage even at home.
Myself.
Why are you looking at me like that? You think you're above me too?
Welcome to Velia. Need to use the storage?
is more dangerous than going sailing unprepared. Good. Register a fishing boat.
the City of Opportunity, Etheria. I don't stammer. Who would trust someone that stammers?
have anything you need. Here, there are lots of travelers headed from Medea and Valencia.
Welcome to the City of Opportunity, Etheria.
Hey, hey!
If you have a lot of stuff, leave it with me. Within your allowed space, of course.
The best human endeavor is to become a professional in a specific field.
Welcome to Velia. Need to use the storage?
Hello gamers, I hope you guys doing well today. Today we're going to do lumbering at South Kaya Mountain. See how much luck can you get by doing the new minigame with aggress spawning. As you guys can see, my setup still the same as usual for crystal, artifacts and manos. During this test, I used 1775 mastery gathering for 1 hour test. This time I will use center market maid for storage material. Because center market maid use less weight than storage maid during gathering. Also, you can buy house one at best as storage that only costs 2 CP, and rent container at Kafyong City Manager will cost 10 CP. By the way, this is more free to play method for the new player and the returning player. Right now at Black Desert Online C server, there are ongoing event for the life skiller. Number 1, 10-hour buff, that is RNG buff. And number 2, 50% buff event for 24 hours. And rent storage during the S and rent manage new play event.
Hey guys, Tress here. Welcome back to another brand new life scaling video. So this one is going to be more of a beginner's guide on gathering where to gather logs for crafting cooking utensils, alchemy tools, your Etheria sailboat, maybe if you're going for that in the future. Now I know this is something basic and some of you guys might be like, oh well, I already know where to gather logs, and that's fine. Gather logs wherever you want. This is just more of a preference place where I know that there's a ton of trees and that I'll never run out, because there are certain places in this game that always run out of trees and you have to either wait on the trees to respawn, or there's multiple people there and the spot's just not big enough. So there's multiple factors that come into, you know, small rotations versus big rotations, and I just wanted to show you guys one of the bigger rotations. So the spot is, I actually like doing a very large rotation, but I start in Trent and I go all the way Lumberjacks, Rest Area, Abandoned Monastery, going all the way to Towberry's cabin, and sometimes I even push into Mancha 4.
If you borrow a container from me, you can use the storage even at home.
Is that the best you've got? Do it properly. I'm running out of patience. God, what's this? What have we got here?
forest, and sometimes go all the way to the Calpheon Castle with the forest, like right across from the cat fisherman camp. But you don't have to go that far. There's plenty of trees here, and just a little tip for the fur. I know if you go on, what is it, somethinglovely.net, they are going to highlight that you should be gathering fir trees right here in the Western Guard camp. These trees, for some reason, are not gatherable. I don't know what it is, but some things in this game are not interactable. It says it's interactable, but it's not. So if you guys want to get a lot of fir timber, I would suggest actually going to Olvia, and there's a lot of fir trees inside of Olvia, and you'll know what fir trees look like.
Hey guys, this is Jordan, and I'm here today to help out new players when it comes to gathering and how to get into it for 2025. This is going to be a gather guide. This video will not be a guide on gear recommendations, but more so an in-depth look into gathering, what buffs I recommend, items to carry with you, what pay-to-win items you may want to have along with you while gathering, what class to gather on, and how to sort of play the market when it comes to gathering. So, first off, I'll just get off this picture. I just thought this picture was super funny. It's basically my IRL face on top of a on a Musa chopping logs. I think it fits the video perfectly. There we are. All right, so first off, let's start with what is gathering. Gathering is a form of grinding in which your character goes off and will hit R on certain meats, saps, and other various gather goods that go into other materials such as ships, elixirs, and food buffs in Black Desert Online. It's a more chill, relaxed way of grinding, however, can turn more sweaty in certain gather rotations as you try to perfect the most mats in an hour or casually gathering on the side while watching your favorite Twitch streamer on the side. I love watching this person right here. So it's being one with the tools. So now there's different forms. Of gathering. We have the axe for trees, we have the fluid for blood and saps, the hoe for herbs, mushrooms, the butcher for meats, and tanning knife for hides, and the pickaxe for ores / minerals. So that's kind of what these tools are here for. Each tool has a specific role in the economy of Black Desert, whether it's the fluid collector / hoe for those lovely elixirs, or the butcher for those lovely meals, each tool having a purpose. logging for a frigate / utensils, tanning those darn griffins for their claws, or visiting pilgrims out in the desert for those lovely rough stones. Gathering has a purpose, and I'm here to help guide you in gathering routes from a noob to a pro. So first off, we will start with what buffs in Black Desert Online will we want to take with us as we gather. So for buffs, when it comes to buffing for gathering, essentially what you want to do is every 50 levels you will gain a bracket. A bracket essentially just means that you will then bring in more materials. Each bracket, the higher the bracket, the more materials that you bring in. So if you're going to hit a bracket, so an example would be like 1750, 1800, 1850, 1900. So every 50 mastery, if you're about to hit a bracket, you're going to pop this buff called Seafood Cron Meal. This cron meal is going to give you 25 life mastery. So for example, if I was to pop this buff right now, it would give me 25 mastery on top of my 1765, which would then bring me to 90 or 1790, in which I would not hit another bracket. So instead of running Seafood Cron Meal, we're actually going to be running this buff called Fresh Whale Meat Salad. And what this is going to do is both of these buffs, this gives 10% life XP. This does give an additional weight, so if you're having weight problems, you may want to run this meal instead, regardless of hitting a bracket. However, if you do not have weight problems, then you will be running Fresh Whale Meat Salad. This will essentially give you 15% life XP, which is 5% more than... We're actually going to be running this buff called Fresh Whale Meat Salad. And what this is going to do is 1800. So every 50 mastery, if you're about to hit on meal, is going to give you 25 life mastery. So for example, if I was to pop this buff right now, it would give me 25 mastery on top of my 1765, which would then bring me to 90 or 1790, in which I would not hit another bracket. So instead of running Seafood Cron Meal, we're actually going to be running this buff called Fresh Whale Meat Salad. And what this is going to do is both of these buffs, this gives 10% life XP. This does give an additional weight, so if you're having weight problems, you may want to run this meal instead, regardless of hitting a bracket. However, if you do not have weight problems, then you will be running Fresh Whale Meat Salad. This will essentially give you 15% life XP, which is 5% more than the Seafood Cron. It'll also give you a max energy of plus 20. However, what it doesn't say on this meal is that if you consume this meal while under energy, so for this video, I'm going to go ahead and pop this, but what you'll see is that I have 346 energy out of 495. If we were to pop a whale salad while we're below the energy, if I go ahead and pop this, you're going to see that it actually gave me 20 energy as well. So on top of that, every 30 minutes, if you wanted to, you could use this kind of as like an energy potion. And the more energy you have, the longer you can gather. Now it's also going to go to our other buffs that we have, is going to be the Time Elixir. Time Elixir is going to give 15% life XP. And we're going to also be running Rough Labor Elixir, which is going to give us Gather Item Drop Rate. This is going to bring in more sharps, more gem frags, etc. So these are going to be the basic buffs that you're going to be running. You also could run with Whale Salad Fig Pie, which will also increase your gather item drop rate, or more gem frags, more sharps, more Caphras, etc. So it is something to consider. You can also pop special buffs as well. Just to give an example, like this buff right here, we have this is an event buff. This also gives gather item drop rate, which can stack. So there are event buffs which you can also use. We're also going to go over the life stones. Now, we did get this Trent's tier from doing seasons, so I do recommend doing seasons. You can get this Trent's tier, and this basically is an alch stone. It gives you life XP, it gives you minus cook time, alchemy time, gives you some weight, and it gives you gather item drop rate. We also have a Khan's heart, which is going to give you more item drop rate than the Trent's tier. However, if you need XP, and you want to get XP, then I recommend popping the Trent's tier. But another tip with gathering is that what you can do actually is what I like to do is I like to put these down here. And the reason why is because basically I'll hit 4 and then I will hit U. So this is on my number 4, and then I will hit the key U, which will pop this. And then what I can do is I can leave the Khan on number 5, and I can actually then press 5. And what this does is it pops the Trent's tier. However, it gives you the mastery for wearing the Khan. So this Khan gives you, if you look at the very bottom, it basically says all life skill mastery plus 25. So even though we're currently running this life XP buff for 9 minutes, I can also equip. And so when we look at the mastery, for example, when I'm swapping these, you can see my mastery changing. So if you want to min-max, you essentially can pop Trent's tier, and then you can swap to a Khan's heart. We're also going to recommend with the buffs the energy potion. So an extra large energy pot. This will give you 50 energy when you consume it every 10 minutes. So if you like to have really long gather sessions, then you could take a couple of these. You can either buy them off the market. So if I come over here and I go to the energy pots, there are people that do sell them, and you can see that there are some people buying them. You will also, while playing Black Desert Online, you will get these event energy pots as well. And those can also help you. So now that we have basically discussed all of the life buffs, the kind of swaps around, what are maybe some pay-to-win items that can benefit gathering? So we are going to have this gather costume. It's going to give you a 10% buff. We also have the hedgehog, and the hedgehog actually has a potential to double the amount of materials that you get. However, it is not based off mastery. So the way it kind of scales is you will get this giant gather from your mastery, and then you'll get some additional drip from gathering. So these hedgehogs that are in the pearl shop, you can use a hedgehog and it'll give you this gather quantity increase. I also recommend having maids. So maids are going to benefit your gathering. It's going to allow you to gather longer. You're not going to overweight on your character. And we also can talk about weight. There is weight down here. There is loyalty weight. However, I think they are actually remaking the loyalty workshop. So I don't even think... I think we're getting rid of this. I'm not sure if they're going to bring it back or bring some form of it back, but there is loyalty weight as well. Yeah, family weight. See if I can find the loyalty weight. Here we go, weight limit. So there is loyalty weight. Essentially every day you get loyalty, so you could get loyalty weight along with paying to win your character's weight. And of course we can't forget the lovely tent, in which you can press Villa, and we have energy recovery +1, life XP +10. So this will give you some life XP and energy regen. in which you pay silver. Now, to get these buffs, you actually need the Old Moon Book. However, if you don't have the Old Moon Book, that's okay, because you can come over here essentially to the this little building right here. It's a villa. This is right next to Alta Nova, and this will allow you to buy a scroll for an entire week and give you access to those tent buffs. Now that we've discussed buffs, we're going to go over classes. Now, there are many different classes that can be very good at gathering specific things. However, class isn't as big of a difference as it is in grinding. Now, I will recommend more popular gathering classes. So, for example, a lot of people like to gather on the Musa, and that's mainly because of its dash ability. It allows you to get from item to item a lot faster. So that's what I typically do, is I gather on a Musa. However, I do also have other gather classes like the my underwater gatherer. So this is a Corsair. And so Corsairs are going to be the best to gather underwater because they get a swimming ability. You also have some players that prefer the weight, the extra weight. You have the Shy. So the Shy has the most weight in the game out of all the characters. Really good at gathering. And those are basically going to be my top 3 picks for gathering. Is going to be Musa, Corsair, and Shy. So, this may seem overwhelming at first, and BDO is a very overwhelming game to get into, especially as a new player. This took me many years to learn the entire game. I'm not even going to say that I know the entire game, but I've been playing the game for about 5 years, so I have a lot of experience when it comes to gathering. But hopefully in this video, I'll be able to help you guys out and guide you in the right direction when it comes to gathering. So another tip that I'm going to do to help you guys out with gathering is we're going to bring up BDO Lytics. Yes, BDO Lytics. And this is going to be a recommendation to kind of help you guys get somewhat comfortable to the market when it comes to gathering. All right. So basically what we're going to do with BDO Lytics is, the cool thing with BDO Lytics is it has gathering, cooking, alchemy, and processing and training in this. And it has the marketplace, it has character, it has the map, which can show you certain gather materials that you may be looking for. And we have settings. And in the settings tab, this is going to be one of the first things you want to do on BDO Lytics, is you're essentially going to put your family fame in here. You're going to put whether or not you have a value pack, whether you have the merchant ring, and you can put the weight of your character, etc. So it'll essentially be able to tell how much weight you have and what your tax is when you sell items. It'll also keep track of all your masteries, so you can plug in your mastery, so then you're able to see how much money per hour something is. A lot of this game is, a lot of people will base things off an hour's worth of time. So you do have to take this with a grain of salt when it comes to the prices of these items. However, I don't really use this website for money per hour, but more so using these videos right here. This is why I'm wanting to take you guys over to BDO Lytics, is because if you click these, like say you want to know where to gather foxblood, you can actually click this and it'll pull up a YouTube video showing you the rotation. And that's pretty cool. It also will help support other content creators that have created these rotations. So if you are looking for specific items, they could be in BDO Lytics, and it'll essentially point you to the right rotation. We also have the map. The map is really cool because you're able to actually look up certain items. So, for example, say I want to go gather, we'll say trees, and I want to go gather, or I'm looking for birch trees. We'll pretend that I'm looking for birch trees. Maybe I need birch sap. It'll actually bring up all the birch trees that are in BDO, which is pretty cool. So if you're looking for specific items, you could use this to kind of point you in the right direction in the game, and then essentially just try to find the most saturated spot that you could potentially find these trees. You also have, you can look up anything. We can look up fir. We can look up ash. And it'll actually color code it up here as well. So if I wanted to get rid of the fir, I wanted to get rid of the birch, and then I could find ash. And that should help you in deciding where maybe you're looking for certain items. You also have blood. You have wolf blood, flamingo, rhino blood, in which then it'll take you there. So this is really, really cool for finding certain things. Say we want to go find meat, and I want to find some bear meat.
Well, bro, I was wondering, I was like, where is he? And he just comes in from the side of the monitor. Hello there.
I'm back. Last time we had a look at the World of Rights MMO, and we talked about how the overall world design has been done for a few years now. If you have no idea what League's universe is about, I would recommend watching that one first. But now that we learned about the basics, we can dive into the other big MMO topic. The playable races and classes. When it comes to the races, just like the world, they are pretty much done. Over the years, the lore fleshed out the races of Runeterra. And now they...
And like we mentioned this morning, like we mentioned in the last video, this is why I think the right MMO has a fighting chance, is because they have all this laid out already. They have IP people love, they have music videos, they have worlds, they have tournaments, they have a massive worldwide fan base already invested in this stuff before the MMO even came out. Sound familiar? Warcraft 3, right? You have this massive Warcraft fan base. Then you give it a world. People already liked the concept, the idea, the world, the lore, the everything, and you just give it a world. That's why I believe in it compared to any other game, right?
Each have their own unique story. In fact, at this point, it feels like we know Riot will not make up a brand new race. Of course, they could always theoretically do it, but I seriously doubt they would. Because that would be like forcing a new race into the world of Lord of the Rings. It would feel off among all the already established rules. I strongly doubt you wanna put a bunny person next to Aragorn. With that said, don't worry, because the lore will allow Riot to make up new races and make them feel natural. I'll show you their clever system in just a moment.
Okay.
But for now, just know that yes, we already know the races of this world. So the question is not going to be what races Riot is going to make up. The question is going to be, from the races that already exist, which ones will be playable? And perhaps more importantly, how will they be playable? You see, a few years back I released a similar video where we talked about the classes and the races together with TB Skyen. And today, I would not recommend you watch that video. Back then, I was still clinging onto the idea that faction-based MMOs were a good idea. It worked for WoW and it worked for my guilty pleasure, WildStar. Unfortunately, what I didn't know is that merely a year later, the idea of faction-based MMOs would crumble to dust. That's because factions have a massive flaw. Besides the fact that PvP is almost guaranteed to be one-sided. I mean, who would want to play for the losing side? Especially if there is no compensation. Classic WoW is a perfect proof of that.
It's true.
Not to mention New World. But also, if you split everyone into two sides, you are splitting up your player base. And that is almost never a good idea. You simply don't want to prevent people from playing together. The reason why in the past it worked for WoW is because Blizzard heavily played into the faction pride. People were proud to fight for the Horde or the Alliance. But even back then, it really wasn't perfect. And then people started min-maxing the game and they realized that factions didn't matter.
It's like a player problem, right? Like back then, we didn't know what we didn't know. You just kind of logged in and you're like, oh, I'm going to pick Horde because I want to be a Tauren. And you just played Horde for like years. You wouldn't like look up the stats and see if you were winning PGs more often than not, or like look up like the min-max, like sweatiest, like racial for the class that you play in the specific spec and like squeeze out like 2% more DPS. So like, okay, now I have to change Alliance to go human for sword spec because I'm gonna, if not, I'm gonna get outparsed by some other guy down the street. It's like, dude, no one cared. Like, you just kind of like logged in and played, but now it's just different. So I kind of agree with this guy. It's like, kind of have to send it this way now because that's just how we are as gamers.
And that's where Riot has the edge. You may know that League of Legends has a lot of different regions, where they all act independently and they all have unique relationships with their neighbors. Because of this, forcing faction alliances into this world would ruin the already established lore. So PvP factions are most likely not going to be a thing. However, despite that, League absolutely has faction pride. People love it when a new Shuriman champion is announced because people love that place. And people love it when the new champion is not Ionian because goddamn we have too many Ionians. Nearly every League of Legends player has a favorite region. And you bet when the MMO comes out, people will want to play for that region. And this is where the brilliance of Riot's world kicks in. You see, the fundamental lore of League of Legends is based around the idea that anyone can be from any region. After an event the story refers to as the Westward Migration, races mixed up all around the world. So it's not like there is a furry region where you can only see furries. There are definitely regions where you can see more furries, but this world doesn't have exclusives.
Okay, nice.
This means that when you're picking up what you want to play, besides just picking a race and a class combination, I strongly suggest Riot also allows people to pick their origin, with the origin being the starting region. Without a system like this, you would force all human champions to be, for example, Noxian. And that is simply not how this world works. So, I've been mumbling about how this world works for quite a while.
Okay, yeah.
So now, let's actually dive into all the races that exist in this universe.
Sweet.
Spoiler alert, League doesn't have too many different races, because it's focusing on depth over variety. Of course, as it is with any RPG, there is the human race.
Hype.
But it would be cool if...
Bro, I remember back when I started WoW, I'm not kidding, I used to think, who would ever play a human? You're already a human. Like, that's so boring, bro. Pick anything else. Like, you're already a human. Why would you play a human in a video game? It's so stupid. And then I thought even further, who would ever play a warrior? You could already be a warrior. Like, be a mage or something, man. Like, why are you playing a warrior? And then I thought even further, who the heck plays human warriors? How boring can you be? Human warrior. You're playing a fantasy game, man. Unbelievable. I would think about that all the time. I played like a mage. I played like Night Elf for a while, Night Elf Rogue, and I played a bunch of different classes, but never played a human warrior.
If the humans varied depending on their origins. For example, if you pick a human from the Freljord, they would be an Iceborn and they would have extra frost resistance. A Demacian could have a bit more magic resistance. Ionians could have a bit more nature resistance, Shuriman's heat resistance, and so on. I think it's going to be crucial for Riot to preserve the feeling of every origin feeling at least slightly different. This is an RPG after all, and despite the fact that balancing is usually a big issue, I strongly I believe these RPG elements have to be preserved. But if Riot is afraid of people min-maxing the game from the very beginning, focusing on the origin stat with the most value, Riot can always do the safe thing and only give each origin different customization. In the Freljord, people tend to be more pale with lush beards and Nordic tattoos all over their bodies. Shurimans have the classic...
I love the idea of, like, racials, and I love the idea of, like, you know, +5 swords and +5 nature resist and that kind of stuff. But, like, I kind of what Necros just said, like, in our current gaming culture, and Riot's MMO probably isn't coming out for a very long time, if it ever comes out, hopefully. Like, it might get even worse, to where people only are going to play the stuff that's meta. And if that's the case, maybe racial should kind of go, and it should be more of a cosmetic thing. Like, you can kind of play whatever you want based on just how you want your character to look. Right? Because I know a lot of people have pushed for that in WoW for, like, a very long time. Because it's like, dude, I want to play a Blood Elf, but the racial sucks, or whatever, right?
Dreadlock style. People from Bilgewater have the pirate crew tattoos. Piltovans are your fancy mustache people, and Ionians have the wild untamed hair and beards. So even without special origin stats, I do believe these unique character customizations would enhance the region pride too. So that's what humans would be about. Pretty versatile and nothing too special in an RPG world. So now let's have a look at the more unique races. After humans, the second most spread out race are the Vastaya. As we mentioned in the last video, the Vastaya are a race that came to be after humans started mating with magical animals. But the thing is, depending on where they are from, there are loads of different kinds of Vastaya. From cat boys to fox girls to lizard girls. In fact, here's a family tree of all the Vastayan tribes, and even this doesn't cover all of them. And this is where Riot can pull off something genius. As I said, this world already has set rules. So it would be very difficult to introduce a brand new race into this universe. However, it is going to be very easy to just make up a new Vastayan tribe. So I propose that Riot doesn't make the Vastaya as a playable race overall, but instead it would be cool if Riot let the specific tribes to be playable races. This would leave the door open for them to introduce new playable races later down the line.
Smart,
If they cross off all the Vastaya at once, they kinda shoot themselves in the foot. But I know, here I go mumbling about how the world works again. So let's have a look at some of the specific tribes. When I say Vastaya, most people think of Ari. She comes from the Vasani that look like foxes. Although her tribe is mostly gone, the lore can justify new members to be found, so they can be playable. The Kilash tribe comes from the jungles between Shurima and Ishtal. These lion-like people are known for hunting dangerous beasts, and they take great pride in trophy collecting. It's the average mount collector. The Shimon tribe are monkey-like people from Ionia. While their older members are very wise, their younger members can be very goofy. The Otrani come from Mount Targon, resembling the classic goat people. Their hobbies are taking care of the Stellarcorns. The Lothland tribe are Ionians who resemble bird people. This tribe likes to combine the art of dancing with lethal assassinations. The Uvikat are something close to lizards, though they do have the ability to shapeshift. Out of all of the other tribes, these are the closest to the their pure blood ancestors. And we also technically have the Marai, the fish people whom I doubt are going to be playable. Imagine modeling boots for them. Now, these were...
I mean, in WoW, bro, we have some crazy stuff, and they just make it work. Like, who knows? We'll see. Yo, Yuma, thanks for the prime.
The more pure blood tribes. But there are many more Vastaya who don't fit any of these. For example, Set has an Ionian Vastayan mother and a Noxian human father. So he doesn't really have a tribe. Long story short, the Vastaya are an incredibly versatile race, and Riot can use them in a million different ways. This is where they can really go wild. But that's it for the Vastaya. So now, let's have a look at the third most popular race, the Yordles. These are the classic RPG tiny people. In League of Legends, people either adore them or hate them. There is no in between.
I don't think I'd ever play a Yordle, man. Like Heimerdinger, Teemo, that's just not my style, man. Like all that Peekaboo play those kind of characters. Nah, we'll go with Diana. Ari, Diana. Yeah, those are my type of characters.
Guys.
Yeah, way different.
But not those guys, everyone hates them. There is no doubt in my mind that Yordles will be playable. Okay. Even though they have an interesting catch. You see, unlike all the other races on Runeterra, Yordles are immortal. They are essentially modes of magic that come from a hidden magical realm known as Bandle City. And because they are made of magical essence, when they die, we don't really know what happens. But we assume they return to the Bandle City and there they respawn. With that said, the lore suggests that maybe Yordles can die, but they just can't die of old age. But let's ignore that, that's a massive rabbit hole. So, okay. You know, when it comes to gameplay, at least corpse running is going to make sense for them. Now, because Yordles are immortal, in most cases they are always happy and cheerful. Even their home realm is very colorful because of that. But then there is also Vex. A Yordle champion who has recently...
Okay, I did play Vex, but I didn't like Vex, alright? I had to mute her voice lines, I was miserable playing Vex, I wanted to quit ASAP. We got like some unofficial pentakills and Vex is disgustingly OP. There's that. Okay, but I didn't like it. Just want to be clear here.
Been added into League of Legends, who gives Yordles an interesting perspective. You see, unlike all the other Yordles, Vex hates living. She hates the bright colors and the cheerfulness. You know, it's the average League player. So Vex is constantly in deep depression and agony. All she wishes for is to leave this world, but she can't, because Yordles can't die.
Oh! Is that why Vex is so sad? She wants to die but can't. Oh, that's interesting lore. Oh.
Anyway, just like all the other races, Yordles can be found all around Runeterra. There is Poppy in Demacia, Kled in Noxus, Kennen in Ionia, Rumble in Shurima, and so on. But now, so far we have only covered the races which I'm pretty sure will launch with the MMO. The humans, the Vastaya, and the Yordles are the core of this world. So now we are diving into the races that still exist in this universe. but it's going to be up to Riot if they make them playable. First of all, there are the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs are different from the Vastaya because they don't have magical ancestors. They are just a standalone race. Originally, the Minotaurs controlled the mountains south of Noxus, but because Noxus is Noxus, soon they absorbed the Minotaurs into their empire. With that said, some Minotaurs fled the tyranny of Noxus and they joined the other regions. A great example is Kryl, the Minotaur fighting in the elite armies of Demacia. And yes, the Minotaurs also have the stereotypical sexy female version in this universe, so they can easily be turned into a playable race. Next, in Bilgewater, there is an incredible amount of weird fishy people. A lot of these could be really cool playable races when Bilgewater gets its expansion. Although modeling helmets for a hammerhead shark is going to be interesting. We also can't forget about the trolls. Previously I showed you the ice trolls, but there are also the sand trolls. And here's an interesting fact for League veterans. We have never seen a sand troll, but because of Ezreal's adventures, we know they exist. They should be around Icathia, which is where Jax is from, who also has 3 fingers, by the way. So it is...
Bro, this guy lures. Oh my gosh, this guy lures.
Extremely likely that the mysterious Jax is a sand troll. Regardless, the majority of trolls are united under Trundle, the self-proclaimed Troll King, who is fighting in the service of Lysandra, who is a baddie even though she is morally right. So since the majority of the trolls are our enemies, I doubt they will be a playable race. Lastly, let's not forget that this universe also has Yetis. Fun fact, before everything got frozen, the Yeti civilization was very advanced. They even had their own technology based around magic. In fact, Willump, the Yeti Nunu is riding on, is a hologram from the Yeti technology. But then, as the civilization disappeared, the Yetis went a bit more ferocious. So no, they won't be playable either. But that's pretty much it for the races.
Okay.
As I mentioned, there aren't too many
what about the
different
classes?
kinds, but that's because Riot is avoiding mimicking other RPGs. That's why there are no dwarves or elves here. Runeterra is simply trying to be unique in every way, and so far, it is working. Now, I also have seen some people asking if Darkin will be playable. To which I have to say, that's like asking if you can play as a god. The Darkin are a corrupted version of the Ascended God Warriors. A single Darkin can annihilate an army of 1,000. In fact, the Darkin known as...
Yeah, I know. Have you ever seen a Nasus go 10-0, dude? Disgusting. 1v9. Not fun.
Aatrox is the only being in existence that managed to kill a celestial god.
Nasus, that's how you say it.
He stabbed someone wielding the power of the Aspect of War so hard, the Aspect of War died. So no, I don't think Darkin will be playable. Anyway, with all the races covered, assuming Riot is going to use the Origin system, this is what the playable races could look like.
Human, Vastaya, Yordles, Minotaur, and then you choose where you come from. Demacia, Noxus, but certain ones can only come from certain places because it wouldn't make sense in the lore. I mean, this is all speculation, right? But like, that would be sick.
Humans are versatile, they are everywhere, there is not much to mention there. When it comes to the Vastaya, the common tribes can easily appear in Noxus, Piltover and Bilgewater. These are the regions open to everyone. On the other side, the Vastaya are closely linked to spiritual magic, so you will hardly find one in Demacia, since it is a firmly anti-magic region. And somehow, not many Vastaya were ever mentioned in the Freljord, so Riot doesn't have to force them there. But then we have Shurima, Ionia and Targon. Assuming these would be saved for expansions, they could be used to introduce new playable races. Since I doubt all the newcomers remember the names, the Kilash, Lothlan and Otrani are the Lion people, Bird people and Goat people. When it comes to the Yordles, as I mentioned, they can originate from anywhere. but they do avoid the Freljord and Targon because of the harsh climates. And yes, I know there were some prehistoric Yordles in the Freljord, but after it got covered in ice, they disappeared.
This guy lures.
And lastly,
this
the
guy
Minotaurs
lures,
can
man.
be found in Demacia and
Absolutely.
Noxus. But it does make sense for some of them to flee to the Freljord, and others to travel to Ionia during the invasion. With all of this said, remember, this is just my decently educated opinion.
Right.
Since the races are pretty much mixed.
Decently educated? Bro, like, you lore, man. We'll say it how it is, okay?
Up all over Runeterra. Riot could also lift the limitations and let every race start in every region. And I would be fine with that. Some story would be wonky, but it wouldn't be anything horrible. Although I still believe some racial exclusivity helps the feeling of RPGs. So, all of this is still only the first half of the video.
I feel like there's like this spectrum of like how accessible do you want it to be and how lore accurate and like RPG-y do you want it to feel, right? If you want it to feel like a true RPG, then there's going to be some stuff that's just like completely imbalanced. If you want to try to balance everything perfectly and have everything accessible, then you're going to lose some of that RPG feeling. It's really hard to get both, right? That's kind of what we've learned from WoW. It's like when you try to do both, it's tough. So I'm curious where Riot is going to lean. And you can kind of be in the middle a little bit, and I guess that's kind of where WoW's at.
Yo, if you want to take a break and do your business without washing your hands, now's your chance.
Wait, what? What did I do?
So, all of this is still
what?
only the first half of the video. If you want to take a break and do your business without washing your hands, now's your chance.
This program will continue in 5 seconds.
Oh, Asmongold reference. That went over my head. I was like, what is he talking about? Business? Oh, go to the bathroom.
Did you wash your hands?
Okay, so far we only covered the races, which was definitely still the easy part. The much more difficult part are going. to be the classes. This is where Riot is facing a great challenge. Partially, it's because there are inherently no wrong answers when it comes to designing a class system. You can really make anything work if you put some thought into it. But more than that, Riot is challenged by the setting itself. League of Legends currently has over 160 different champions. They each have unique abilities and together they can define about 40 different classes. I counted them myself. From these, Riot has to pick only a handful to be playable, which means the majority—
This was like my biggest question going into this video, because you have so many options. Like, how do you actually refine it? Like, that seems tough, and you risk like not giving someone the playstyle they actually want. But, like, you have to refine it at some point. You can't have 200 of them.
Majority of the classes won't make it in. And people who love those classes will be disappointed.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Thankfully, I'm not a designer, so instead of trying to figure out how to make this work, I'm going to show you all the cool, unique classes this universe has.
Bro, okay, so this was the question going in this video I was trying to answer, and he just said he's not a designer, so he doesn't make those decisions. I feel like this is the tough part, man. This like the classes, it gotta be the tough part, dude. How do you develop the classes for the Riot MMO without pissing a lot of people off because their favorite class isn't in it?
And again, because region pride—
Someone says make it with no classes and rely on extensive skill trees to create your own. So the way New World works is there's no classes and you get weapons and you develop those weapons, right? The way RuneScape works is there's no classes and you can swap between ranged magic and melee depending on your weapons and your skill sets and your gear. So they could go that route, but I don't know if that would work very well in the Riot MMO. I don't know. Let's see what he has to say first. There's a lot of ways you can go about it, right?
It is a big part of this universe. You'll see that some of these are tied to specific regions, but not the warrior.
Oh, someone in the chat just got it. Sorry to keep pausing. But he says classes like fighters, mages, assassins, tanks, and attack damage carries already exist in League. Yeah, that's got to be it. So like when you go to League, what's like Kassadin, right? And you go to the website, it already says right here, role, assassin mage. So they're probably going to do it based off this. Like you go to like Ari League on the website, role. Oh, okay, maybe bad example. Another assassin mage. Diana League. Role. Fighter. Assassin. Maybe you'll only have to pick one. Maybe you could make a hybrid of both. I don't know. But yeah, that's probably what they're gonna go off of. That makes a lot of sense.
One is different in every single region. So let's start with that. The warriors in this universe provide a unique challenge on top of the already difficult decisions. It's because—
Oh, guys, sorry to keep pausing. The Twitch chat, you guys are brilliant. You could have a primary role and a secondary role. You choose primary like fighter, and you choose a secondary like assassin. I mean, guys, we're doing Riot's work for them right now. That's brilliant. I like that a lot. Sorry, I'm actually gonna go back a sec because I keep interrupting the video, but I like that. That's sick.
Friend in every single region. So let's start with that. The warriors in this universe provide a unique challenge on top of the already difficult decisions. It's because in every region, the fantasy of a warrior is represented by something else. In Demacia, it is the Dauntless Vanguard. These are the classic knights in shiny armor pursuing justice. In Noxus, the traditional warrior would be part of the Trifarian Legion, which is a rank you can achieve after killing your best sparring friend in combat. These guys rarely use shields. In Shurima, the classic warrior is the warrior of the Golden Army. These are fighting for the glory of the Shuriman Emperor. In Piltover, you would have the Enforcers. Simply said, it's the cops. People will know these from Arcane. But in a way, the Wardens are the melee warriors of Piltover. But then, in the Freljord, warriors are represented by the Berserks, either wielding axes or giant blades as they worship the primal god known as the Iron Boar. On Targon we have the Warriors of Rakor, which are somewhat themed after the classic Spartan armies. Then in Ionia the classic warrior is known as a Blade Master.
So my main concern, like you know, just like devil's advocate thinking here, is if there are this many race class combinations and you have to balance them independently, and like, let's be honest, modern MMO gamers generally crave some type of balance, it's gonna be really hard. Like, this is a lot of different combos to balance, unless all of these warriors are the same and just like thematically they're different, which is maybe the route they could go. But if you're trying to balance all these separately, it's gonna be, yeah.
With samurai-styled swords that have a rich history in this region. Also, there are the Wuju Blade Masters, which are on a totally different level. The Wuju technique is so powerful it was forbidden from using it in combat. The TLDR version of the story is that when Noxus invaded Ionia, Master Yi obliterated entire Noxian legions on his own. Before Noxians realized how overpowered he was, and they nuked the town where the Wuju Blade Masters were trained. So now there is no more
overpowered
Wuju
Yi
Blade
was,
Masters,
yeah.
just normal Blade Masters. And lastly, the common warrior in Bilgewater would be a brawler. You see, I just named 8 different kinds of warriors. How is Riot going to handle this? I don't know. They could just make one warrior class and then just have the players play out the fantasy while wearing cool armor sets.
Yeah.
Or they could make it so that every origin has a different skin of the class. You know, all the abilities would be the same, they would be doing the same numbers, but when a Noxian swings a weapon, there is a bloody trail, and when an Iceborne Berserk swings a weapon, there is a frosty effect. But again, this is for Riot to figure out. Now I'm just going to show you all the unique and interesting classes from this universe. In Demacia we have the Mage Seekers. These are the people who hunt down mages. They carry with them a stone disc called the Grey Mark. This is the tool that allows them to absorb magic. So this would be sort of an anti-magic class. There are also a lot of iconic Demacian scouts. Also, Demacia has a lot of stories about theaters and bards. But Demacia also brought spotlight onto the Sentinels. The Sentinels of Light are people dedicated to fighting the undead. Because the undead can't really be killed with normal weapons. They use the relic stones that can be forged into any weapon. Be it a crossbow, a gun, a really big gun, or even a sword. Fun fact, in the lore, the Sentinel guns don't have triggers. You have to will it to fire with every fiber of your body. So of course, Lucian canonically fired it with his PP. Lastly...
What?
Of course, Lucian canonically fired it with his...
Lucian laughed and turned to Senna, one eyebrow raised. Every fiber of my being? Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Lastly, this will be unknown to even veteran League players. But Demacia put a really cool twist onto the Paladin class. You see, in League of Legends, when you play as Garen, his ultimate is to smite his enemies with a giant holy blade. This made people wonder, is Garen a mage? In Demacia? Actually, no. In the lore, Garen has never done anything even similar to this. And that's because there is something even cooler happening. Most people in Demacia pray to the aspect of justice, which they call the Winged Protector. That's why Demacia has a lot of angelic statues. Coincidentally, the aspect of justice can also be found in League. It's Kayle. So what's happening is that when Garen is casting his ultimate, it is not him magically creating a holy blade in the sky. It is actually the aspect of justice answering his call. So even though this universe doesn't really have a paladin class,
how does he
which
figure
would be
this stuff
casting
out, man?
holy spells,
Jeez.
this would be a really cool alternative. People who worship the aspect of justice and let her answer their calls. Pretty cool, but now let's move on to Noxus. Noxians are one of the only regions who harvest black powder, so they also have their own mercenaries with functional guns. In Noxus you can also find a lot of demonic cultists, so I would expect a warlock or a demon summoner, and they also have a few renowned assassin guilds. And the most unique of them all, Noxus also has a circle of hemomancers, people who follow Vladimir, a lord who used to be a hostage to the Darkin, and who eventually learned how to use their blood magic. So these people use the very same blood magic that shaped the Darkin. Then in Shurima, we may find arcane mages. These people follow Zerath, the most powerful mage on Runeterra, whose body has been reduced to nothing but arcane energy. I would honestly love to see this class in-game, because I love the idea of having an Archon form on cooldown. Shurima also has some prophets who can open up tiny portals.
Like, I'm still just like brainstorming, like, if you wanted to be Zeroth in the Riot MMO, in Runeterra, like, you wouldn't actually be Zeroth. You would probably pick, like, a mage as your role, and then build into Lightning. So you'd be like a pseudo Zeroth. You wouldn't actually be Zeroth, but like you'd have to like try to build it around that, I guess.
Into the void and summon tiny void creatures. It would be sort of like Warlock in WoW. You know, use the power of the enemy against themselves. Then there are the Sand Shifters, people who can use the sand to create sand mirror images. And we can't forget about the Chronomancers, people who use time magic in a lot of creative, interesting ways.
This is a lot though, it's a lot.
Then in Piltover, riding off of the success of Arcane, people will want to play as a Warden, which is a more elite version of the Enforcers. These would be equipped with sniper rifles and stun grenades. On the crafty side, there are also the Hextech Engineers. These are the people who can use science to allow them to wield magic even if they are not mages. And separate from them, there are also the Artificers. To them, anything from a powerful arm to blade legs.
I feel like a lot of the work is refinement. Like, there's so much to the lore, to the races, to the classes. It's like, how do we refine this instead of just having it too vast and too overwhelming for an MMO? Like, you can't have, I feel like this is just too many classes, especially on launch. Like, yeah, maybe down the road with expansions and patches and blah, blah, blah. But like right away, it's like, I think a fundamental, like what, 6 or 8 classes, maybe 10. Even 10 is a lot for a launch, I think. If you're gonna go down that road.
Should be possible. And down in Zone, I would love to see some kind of an alchemist, who's using questionable drugs to help his allies. Next we go into the Freljord. Here we can find the Draklorn Inquisitors, which are Lyssandra's followers with abilities themed around true ice. Essentially, these would be frost battle mages. But perhaps the most iconic for the Freljord would be the Shamans. These worship the animalistic primal gods of the Freljord, and all their abilities mimic the primal gods, be it a bear, a fox, a mammoth, or a boar. Then on Targon we would find a lot of people with celestial powers. You know, calling down stars and such. But there are also the Solari who use the power of the sun to enhance their attacks. They also wear massive plated armor, so this would be the tank class. Or the Lunari, who use the power of the moon to stay in the shadows. This would be more of an assassin class. Besides these, there are also a lot of Starcallers around, and even Draconic worshippers.
Diana.
Then in Ionia, besides the Vuju Blade Masters, which would be far too overpowered, some people choose to fight without a blade. These would be the monks of Hirana. They channel the power of Ionian dragons to empower their limbs. And don't worry, they are a bit different from the traditional monks.
I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I like video games. Kind of a lot. And I think I want to start making my own. Don't worry, the YouTube channel's not going anywhere. YouTube will always remain king. I love making funny, informative videos the most, and even during this process while making games for 2 weeks, I started to really miss making videos. But making games is something that I really want to invest my time in on the side. And I'm not trying to start a large-scale studio right away. I'm not trying to put the cart in front of the horse. I don't even have a cart, I'm just a horse with a YouTube channel. That being said, if this horse continues to flourish on YouTube and get a bunch of views, then I might want to start looking for a cart with a couple of game devs to pull around. This analogy's weird. I've also noticed while making videos about video games, there is a couple of pain points that I keep running across, which is, as I'm critiquing developers' work, I feel a little bit of guilt about the fact that I don't participate in this medium. I don't make video games. And I'm not saying that you need to make video games to have a good opinion about them. You don't need to make your own wine to be a sommelier. Yes, I know a little bit of French. You don't need to step on grapes to know that the wine tastes good. But I bet if you stepped on them grapes, you would have a broader, better understanding of what goes into it. So before we talk about my attempt to learn Unreal in 2 weeks, I do want to bring up kind of like a dream thing for mainly my subscribers. So if you don't really care, or if you're new to the channel, you can just skip to this part in the video where I actually start the process. The main reason why I want to make games is selfishly, conceitedly, I think I have really good ideas for video games. And I also feel like I've gathered a lot of random tool sets in my life that kind of feel like it's building towards this. I was a graphic designer for 9 years. I didn't go to college. I worked in teams pretty much that entire career. I've played thousands and thousands of hours of video games, and I clearly love them. And now the craziest thing is I make a living talking about what's good and bad about them. I think I'm a decent communicator. I'm working really hard on that listening part. We'll get there. I've been drawing since I was 5, mainly wannabe concept art, and creating videos has taught me so much with just the deep process from beginning to end, from conceptualization to final product. It's taught me how to follow my instinct and where to cut the fat in a video. Even if I really love something, you can just feel that it's not working. And most importantly, every day that I've thought about realistically making a game studio and making my own games, I'm extremely excited and passionate about it. I really, really want to do this. I also have you guys, my subscribers, my audience. If I'm developing a game, I can have you guys test it and give me feedback about it. And you guys are an audience that, hopefully, if I were to launch a game, you would also buy it. Or maybe that's helping me with a GoFundMe if I don't want to get a publisher and we just raise the money ourselves. It's a lot to think of, it's a big dream, and it's gonna take time. So you might be wondering, what kind of video games would I want to make? And I've thought really hard about this and kept it pretty high level, which is I want to make third-person, co-op, not turn-based, no offense Baldur's Gate, adventure games. I know that might sound kind of open-ended, but that's intentional. I don't want to shut down different ideas. I want to have people comfortably collaborate in the early stages. The main inspirations for the game would be games like Valheim and Risk of Rain 2. Both made by very small teams. I think Risk of Rain 2 is made by 3 people, Valheim by 5. And I want to be realistic here. I'm not trying to make the next Skyrim right away. Even Valheim, I think, is way too big of an idea for our first game. High level, I picture that the studio would make 2 overwhelmingly positive reviewed Steam games at first. Then we take a big swing for our third game where maybe we try the Balls type game that I was talking about in my Bannerlord video. I just want to under-promise and over-deliver and learn a million different lessons while making our first couple of games. Then we can really go for it and just shatter the entire video game landscape with our unbelievable game. Like I said, this is gonna take a long time. This is gonna take years. And that's the reason that I wanna start now. I'm 27, I turned 28 in a month, and before I'm 30, I want to get this game studio started. And yes, I do have a name for the studio that we will reveal once we're working on our first project that we can announce. Also, if this idea and concept genuinely excites you and you wouldn't hate working with me, I'm actually gonna set up an email so you guys can reach out to me because I'm definitely interested in working with people. Send me an email at jacksatherstudio@gmail.com. I think the first people I would need to bring on board is somebody that really knows Unreal Engine, just a general game developer, and the next person would be somebody that's a really good 3D modeler. If you're one of those two things and have experience, definitely send me an email. But if you're not, but you're just still super excited about this idea and want to get involved, still send me an email and tell me about what you're feeling and what you want to do. Something about the studio is if it ends up being something where people can come and work and have full-time salaries and stuff, I want every single person there to be thrilled to be working at the studio. I want people to love the work that they do and really feel like they're a part of building something that is actually gonna have an impact in the world. That's something that I feel was missing my entire graphic design career. Also, I can offer you no money at the beginning of this. This is a free endeavor. I'm just surviving on YouTube right now. I've just recently started my second life, and taxes are coming up, which, yes, I know I should do them quarterly, whatever. Who knows? This might just cut my whole YouTube career off at the knees. The other reason why I want to start now is because there is no better time in history to learn game design. Indie games are blowing AAA games out of the water. Didn't Lethal Company outsell Call of Duty for months? That game was made by one guy. Virtually all the software to make these games now is free. Unreal Engine, Godot, Blender, Cascadeur, all the software is free for us to use. There's hundreds of hours of free tutorials on YouTube, and things inside the engines themselves are getting so accessible. Like in Unreal, you don't even need to know like technical code anymore. You just need to know the visual scripting blueprint method, which I gotta say is a little oversold as being like super easy to understand. It's still hard if you don't know code, but it is much more easy to learn than having to learn like a whole coding language from the ground up. It's just crazy when you listen to like old game devs talk about learning code, like Todd Howard building his first games on the Apple II, which is basically making a game on the freaking Fallout 3 terminal. And if you're not an artist, like there's so much free assets out there now and like good cheap assets online in the Unreal Marketplace. Like in Quixel Bridge, you have all their free mega scans of like everything you can picture outside, leaves, trees, rocks, grass, like everything. There's just no excuse to find to not get into game design today. So I did, and I spent the last 2 weeks trying to figure this thing out. All right, so let's get into it. First of all, I want to say if you're a real game designer and you're actually watching this video, if you have any tips or constructive criticism on how I learned things or advice for newbies that are getting into this, your comments are more than welcome and appreciated. Comment down below. My plan for the 2 weeks was constant exposure. Unreal Engine is an intimidating program, and I just wanted to live in it for 2 weeks straight. And by the way, any tutorials that I found really useful, I'm going to include in the link in the description. There should be a bunch of them. And I began where most of us do, which is going straight to the master of Unreal Sensei. Arigato gozaimasu. This 5-hour long tutorial is the most viewed learning Unreal video out there, and it's for good reason. This is a beast of a video with a ton of great information, and the teacher is amazing. Full transparency, I actually watched this Unreal Sensei video last year at some point, but I feel like I've kind of forgotten most of it, so I started with it on this journey of making my own game and my descent into madness. The first thing I did was I wrote out a list of what I could realistically do in a matter of 2 weeks as a complete newbie. So I came up with make a third-person world, make a small environment, have grass, trees, etc. Maybe add fog if we're feeling crazy. Create a Viking character or just have a character in Unreal Engine work. Possibly create a physics ponytail because physics rule and so do ponytails. Create an enemy, implement those characters, create an axe, have swing animations like a top and a swipe chop. Keep combat simple, have a damage system, but that's the whole list. I think I could do that in 2 weeks, right? I started Unreal Sensei's video and a lot of the basics kind of came back to me pretty quick. Like you can set up the lighting system in a game and just feel like a god right away, just commanding the sun with a simple hotkey. In that tutorial, you're also introduced to Quixel Bridge that has a bunch of mega scans, which are basically super high quality assets that you can import into your game free of charge. And this was also my introduction to my first problem, which I'm just gonna call over downloading. Basically, while learning something, they would teach you about like how to import a certain asset, and I would be like, I got it. And then instead of like the tutorial saying download 3 or 4 and just get started, I'd be like, let me go download everything that would possibly be in my world, and just spending hours in Quixel Bridge getting every single asset that I think I'll ever need when I'm trying to make this tiny little game. You just heard my list. In reality, I should have just gotten 2 or 3 and just kept it moving. I finished up my first day cruising through the tutorial until I realized that I kind of wanted to get a different volumetric clouds and skybox in the background. But here is where my second problem, my second big personal issue comes into play, which is as soon as I started to look up a tutorial on YouTube about this, the recommended page on YouTube for an ADD, possibly, I've never been diagnosed, brain of mine gets so distracted at looking at anything on the recommended page. It's an absolute war zone fighting for my attention. Of course I want to see Mark Rebier's apartment. Get the f out of bed, bitch, go! I kept watching the Unreal Sensei video, and once he got to like putting into mountains, for some reason my brain was like, some fog would look good on the mountains, and I'm pretty sure I saw a tutorial about that. So I went to YouTube and immediately got distracted again and watched a 15-minute long video on black holes from Epic Spaceman. Go watch it, it is actually so awesome. Then I watched a video about Biden being an NPC from Skyrim. Hello. Then I watched a girl get 5 million views for a cat slightly grazing her breasts. Oh, that's awesome. I love putting in so much effort into my videos. And then I watched about 20 more videos after that, and then played a couple of games of TFT because apparently I play that now. Then I decided I was exhausted from all that work and decided to take a break. Then I came back, and then I finished up Unreal Sensei's tutorial.
Pat yourself on the back, since this was a lot of work.
And then I called it a day. I had finished Unreal Sensei's tutorial, but like I said, I did it last year, so I didn't implement all of the stuff that he did. So by day 3, I had a floor. So I decided to actually start doing his tutorial and added in some mountains. Then I added a plugin called Interactive World, which is actually like a super awesome plugin that can make your game look super AAA. It can make you have like mud footprints and like push things around in the snow. And most importantly, it has interactive foliage that your character can touch that I was about to put down. Unfortunately, the guy doesn't really explain that well how to put it into your game, and apparently he just made this plugin because he was trying to find a job. But it's a pretty popular plugin, so I decided to look up some tutorials on it, and this is the third problem that I've run into. There's like no proper tutorials on this plugin. And I'm not blaming the plugin. I'm actually talking about Unreal Engine 5 in general is such a new software, Unreal Engine 5 specifically, that there's actually a lot of missing tutorials out there. I tried to find a lot of stuff on interactive foliage in just like any way that it could be implemented, and I got sent down a bunch of different rabbit holes with a lot of errors and things not working properly.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about foliage that you can pick up. I was talking about foliage that you can push around.
I just want to put this out there. If you really know game design in Unreal Engine 5, you could start a huge channel and make a ton of money explaining this stuff to people on YouTube. So something that I recognized early on and was just like blatantly obvious and disgusting was the grid lines and texture repetition on my floor. And I wanted to solve this before putting in foliage. And I knew that there was a way to solve this. So I went to YouTube, got distracted again because I saw that Shane Gillis is hosting SNL in February.
If I ever get on SNL, I will Bud Dwyer. I'll be like, live from my mouth, this fucking gun.
Then I started watching some tutorials on how to fix the grass. I thought it was gonna be like a one-button solution, but next thing I know, I'm like studying micro and macro variations and textures.
In the red channel of the result of the micro variation blend to drive the transition between the two variations.
And when I thought I had it figured out, I tried implementing it into the game, but what do you know, on like the last step, it just doesn't work for some reason.
Nothing fucking changed.
That has happened to me a lot in Unreal Engine. That kind of stuff, and stuff like I follow a tutorial to a T, but for some reason a tool shows up on their screen and it doesn't show up on mine. The texture repetition problem would just not go away. I tried to fix this for a while. I tried to fix this for hours. I tried to fix this for the next 2 full days. On day 5, I finally found a solution. Turns out I should have done Unreal Sensei's tutorial because his auto landscape brush comes with a feature that's called cell bombing that basically takes any natural texture and completely randomizes it on textures and seamlessly makes it so it all combines together so all the grid lines disappear. You can't do this with like a brick texture because it cuts it up, but with any natural asset, it works extremely well. I tossed the material onto my grass and started painting, and things were starting to look pretty dang good. Pretty dang good for just a floor by day 5. At this time, I was frustrated that I was still walking around as like the normal mannequin, and I wanted to start adding in my own character. And I'd heard about MetaHuman, and I was wondering like, does that actually apply to a little indie game dev like this? And so I decided to give it a shot. And yes, MetaHuman is freaking awesome. I'm surprised that you make your character through like a browser. It seems pretty intense for that, but I loved making my character. It's super intuitive and easy to learn. I made my character in like under an hour, and that's me being a total nut job when it comes to creating characters. I love the character that I made, and he's just chock full of detail and like Blizzard cinematic level ready. I wasn't sure how much my game would need this level of detail, so I put him into a game, which is, you know, you have to go look up another tutorial about how to do that because nothing explains it. Put him into my game doing a simple retargeting method, and that seemed to work pretty well actually. Look at that, I got him walking around in the sunlight. It's beautiful. He looks a little blurry from where the camera's at, but this felt very awesome. It felt awesome to actually start progressing into making a game. I actually got to talk about that for a second, which is progress in making a game, because I definitely didn't give myself enough of this early on, and I started becoming extremely discouraged at this point for what I had made so far, which was a floor. It was my fault. It was my arrogance and perfectionism that got in the way and wanted to skip ahead to exactly what I wanted to put into the game and make sure it's perfect before moving on to the next step. When you're learning something, and I gotta get better at this, when I'm learning something, I gotta get better at realizing when to move on. Things are definitely not gonna be perfect when you get started, and if you start fixating on these small little issues, you're gonna go down rabbit holes just like me for hours and hours. It makes you feel like you're wasting your time, even though in the end, I don't think you really are, but it will feel discouraging. If I had just followed a tutorial again like Gorka's first game, I would have felt so much more satisfied and encouraged because of how much I could have progressed with just a little bit of guidance. So I found the updated version of Unreal Sensei's landscape brush and started implementing it into the game. I also started watching the part of his tutorial going over virtual textures, which is basically putting textures on your assets that blend into the landscape below it. I hugged Ralphie for some much needed comfort in my journey so far, and little did I know that I was about to start losing my mind. I started watching some Prismatica Dev videos, which are really great. He's a phenomenal presenter, and he has a lot of videos and now his own plugin on interactivity in game worlds, and I wanted to know more about it. So I started watching a bunch of his videos. His stuff is pretty high level, and I came into my next mistake that I made, which is trying to understand information like I'm drinking water out of a fire hose. Prismatica is providing great information, but a noob like me does not need to be this into the weeds yet, which once again, I am at the level of just having a f***ing floor. I watched a bunch of his videos, and then I ended up just calling it a day, completing our first week. There's no way I can make a game in just a week. I started the day deciding to start over and actually use the updated landscape brush, effectively this time. Then I got distracted and watched Denis Villeneuve interview Christopher Nolan, which was extremely interesting. Those guys are masters of the craft. I was about to start laying down some foliage, but then I thought, wait, what if I just go back to Prismatica Dev's videos and just buy his plugin for his interactive world and just throw it into my game? I know how to do that, right? So I bought it, and then I joined his Discord, then I started looking at like the people that have been using this, and it's crazy the results that people are getting from using this plugin. It's awesome. I started watching the tutorials on how to put it into your own game, but it's not a straightforward process. So as a newbie, I just got kind of overwhelmed and ended up just putting it off to the side, saying I'll figure it out later after I'm not making a video about how to make a game in 2 weeks. After that, for some reason, I watched my favorite scene from Notting Hill, which is, I guess, how I felt after scrapping all of my work so far, which was just a floor. Then I kept over downloading, but eventually I started downloading trees, which is a big step. And after that, I ended up going plugin shopping for some reason, which I will say there is one good thing that came out of this, and that is if you're willing to spend money, the best bang for your buck, I think universally, tell me if I'm wrong or not, but is a thing called UDS, Ultra Dynamic Skies. And I wasn't gonna spend any money for this video, but come on, man, I hadn't gotten anything done. It's crazy. It adds any weather effect you can possibly think of into your game seamlessly, and it's highly customizable, whether it's rain, snow, thunderstorm, dust storm, sandstorm, lightning, clouds, different skies, aurora borealis, like I said, I speak French, whatever, the northern lights, stars, and everything is just so high quality. Most of the things have sounds included, and with everything that I put into the game, it seemed to perform actually really well. This plugin that I paid money for really made me feel like I was starting to get somewhere, especially with those trees. Look at those trees, that's not just a floor, that's a forest. But of course, for whatever reason, it just didn't work whenever I started actually playing the game. The UDS would just turn off on this game alone. I tried it on another project, worked fine. Then I started going over to a rock texture, and for some reason it had a bunch of black squares all over it. I don't know why the hell that happened, but I had to fix that too. I started to fix it, and then I eventually just got a headache and went to bed. I started day 8, scrapping my world again, because UDS and the f***ing rock textures wouldn't work. I started making the game just using Unreal Sensei's principles. I started laying down some mountains, definitely started over downloading again, but this time it's for a reason. It's because I'm gonna make the game this time. I've only got a week left, but I actually made a landscape that I legitimately liked. I started making progress until I decided to start working on the virtual textures. So I was trying to get my assets to just melt into the floor and match the landscape they were above. I added in the 2 runtime virtual textures that you need to incorporate it, and boom, 90% of my landscape disappeared. I do not know why. I still don't know why. If you know why, please, for the love of God, tell me. This is where I started to crack.
Why? How? Why? What? Why? How? Why?
What?
Why? Like literally like everything works fine, even to the point where I can do this like next step or whatever. I'm like, oh great, it works. It's like great, awesome. This makes me fucking blood boil.
Why? Luckily, I had Ralphie beside me who was able to comfort me in my moments of absolute sheer rage. I tried to fix it for hours on end. I Googled everything.
Like just give me something. Unreal's Google sucks fucking cock. There's never a solution. What the
I looked at Unreal discussion forums. I even pretty sure I've like joined an Unreal Discord and asked if anybody could help me with this problem. Nobody got back to me. And I just said, F it, I have to leave. I had to go out that night. I started day 9 thinking, I need a clean slate. I was running out of time to make a game, so I was like, okay, I should just follow a big tutorial and take a game from start to finish, then customize from there and make it my own.
Get out of town. Jordan Peterson interviewed More Plates, More Dates, Derek.
Then I was like, well, if I'm gonna do that, I should probably make my own character first. That's a stupid idea, Jack. So I started drawing my own. I started looking at references. My favorite place to go is ArtStation. I love ArtStation. It's crazy what will inspire you. Like I found this one image that I found to be so intriguing, and it made me start thinking of a smaller game that I could make, kind of based around the concept of what I felt in this image. It's funny because this is like a fairly futuristic looking setting, and I wanted to go more medieval, but I love things like the setting. I was thinking about like a storm and a foggy kind of setting, and I could easily make that with UDS. And I like that beacon looking thing where the ground looks really healthy around it, and it made me start thinking about what the actual game part of the game would be. Like, what if you're a winter Viking with a two-handed hammer and you're caught in a blizzard and all you see is this vague beacon of light in the distance, and once you get to it you realize it's like this giant green glowing rock with grass around it, and if you smash it with your hammer, the rock crumbles and it heals you and the grass around you dies. But in the distance, another glow appears and you have to go to that one next. But on your way to that one, ice cannibal things start coming out and trying to kill you on your way to it, and every time you get to a new beacon, the journey to the next one becomes harder and harder until you get to the 10th one and you, like, I don't know, ascend to a Valhalla or something like that. Seems simple enough, right? Right? Wrong. Wrong. I had a f***ing floor at this point. I can't make this in a week, but I decided it was worth a shot. I ended up starting to make my character in Blender, another program that I had little to no experience in. I also discovered that you could download 3D models from Sketchfab at this point and started over-downloading like crazy on all the characters that were gonna be in my small game.
Parent. This way we can nest multiple game objects and move all of them at once just by moving the parent. So let's repeat what we did. Recap time. we can use code to change the properties of a component while the game is running. A script cannot talk to the other components on the game object by default. You have to make a line of communication by storing a reference to that specific component. We create the reference in code and then fill it in Unity by dragging and dropping. Code in start runs once when the script comes into existence. Code in update runs continuously every single frame. But we can use if statements to skip some code unless a condition is met. And we can use public variables to change certain values in Unity's inspector even while the game is running. Okay, so the secret to Flappy Bird is that while it looks like a bird is flapping along through a world of pipes, it's actually not. The bird stays completely still, and it's the pipes that move across the screen. So in step 3, we're going to make pipes spawn into the world, move across the screen, and then delete themselves. We'll start by making the object we want to spawn. This will be 2 pipes which move across the screen from left to right. Let's make another game object called pipe. Put it exactly on the bird for now to get the sizing right. And then we'll make another object within this one called top pipe. This is a child of the first game object's parent. This way we can nest multiple game objects and move all of them at once just by moving the parent. So let's repeat what we did for the bird. Add a sprite renderer for the pipe image. And add a collider, a box collider 2D this time. We don't need a rigid body because it's not going to be affected by physics. We can then move it up above the bird, but keep the X position as 0. Finally, we can duplicate this whole top pipe object, call it bottom pipe, and flip it upside down by changing the Y scale to -1. Then move it down below the bird. As you can see, if we mess with the pipe parent game object, both pipes move, scale, and rotate along with it, with the parent as the pivot point. So let's add a script to this parent's object to make it move across the screen. We'll start by creating a variable for move speed. If we give it a number here, it will fill this as the default value in Unity, but we can always change it there later. Then we'll write code to move the object in update. Now, it would be lovely if we could just type transform.position.x and change this number directly, but no, boo, you have to change the entire vector in one go. Oh, and this time we're going to have to use vector 3 instead of vector 2 because the transform has 3 numbers. Even though we're making our game in 2D, Unity is still fundamentally a 3D engine, and so it's keeping track of the object's depth with the Z value. So, here's what we'll do. We'll take the current transform.position and then equals. We want to add to its current position, so write transform.position again, and then plus. And finally, in brackets, we'll do vector3.left times move speed. Back in Unity, press play, and whew, that's way too fast. Now you might think that you could just change this move speed variable to a really small number like 0.001, and that will work, but that's not actually the problem here. You see, code in update just runs as often as it can. In fact, if we check the stats in game view, we'll see The game is running at over 1,000. Okay, so the secret to Flappy Bird is that while it looks like a bird is flapping along through a world of pipes, it's actually not. The bird stays completely still, and it's the pipes that move across the screen. So in step 3, we're going to make pipes spawn into the world, move across the screen, and then delete themselves. We'll start by making the object we want to spawn. This will be 2 pipes which move across the screen from left to right. Let's make another game object called pipe. Put it exactly on the bird for now to get the sizing right. And then we'll make another object within this one called top pipe. This is a child of the first game object's parent. This way we can nest multiple game objects and move all of them at once just by moving the parent. So let's repeat what we did for the bird. Add a sprite renderer for the pipe image. And add a collider, a box collider 2D this time. We don't need a rigid body because it's not going to be affected by physics. We can then move it up above the bird, but keep the X position as 0. Finally, we can duplicate this whole top pipe object, call it bottom pipe, and flip it upside down by changing the Y scale to -1. Then move it down below the bird. As you can see, if we mess with the pipe parent game object, both pipes move, scale, and rotate along with it, with the parent as the pivot point. So let's add a script to this parent's object to make it move across the screen. We'll start by creating a variable for move speed. If we give it a number here, it will fill this as the default value in Unity, but we can always change it there later. Then we'll write code to move the object in update. Now, it would be lovely if we could just type transform.position.x and change this number directly, but no, boo, you have to change the entire vector in one go. Oh, and this time we're going to have to use vector 3 instead of vector 2 because the transform has 3 numbers. Even though we're making our game in 2D, Unity is still fundamentally a 3D engine, and so it's keeping track of the object's depth with the Z value. So, here's what we'll do. We'll take the current transform.position and then equals. We want to add to its current position, so write transform.position again, and then plus. And finally, in brackets, we'll do vector3.left times move speed. Back in Unity, press play, and whew, that's way too fast. Now you might think that you could just change this move speed variable to a really small number like 0.001, and that will work, but that's not actually the problem here. You see, code in update just runs as often as it can. In fact, if we check the stats in game view, we'll see the game is running at over 1,000 frames per second. Sorry, PlayStation 5, 120 FPS? Pfft, that's got nothing on Flappy Bird. And the real problem is that the game may run at different speeds on different computers, and we don't want the pipe to move faster or slower depending on your rig. Real games have actually made this mistake. In Dark Souls 2, weapon durability was once tied to frame rate, so your swords would break twice as fast at 60 FPS compared to 30 FPS. That was a whoopsie. Luckily, it's a pretty easy fix. We just multiply it by time.delta time. This ensures the multiplication happens the same no matter the frame rate. We didn't need it for the velocity code because physics runs on its own little clock, but otherwise we will need it. If you want to know more about this or anything really, the Unity docs are a good place to check. You'll find info and sample code. Okay, now with that fix in place, our pipe moves smoothly across the screen. Lovely. Next, we want to create a system that will continually spawn new pipes. To start, take the parent game object from the hierarchy and drag it into your project. This creates a prefabricated game object, or prefab. This is like a blueprint for a game object, and we can create new versions of this entire game object with all of its children, components, and properties. Oh, and before we move on, we can delete the original in our hierarchy now. Bye-bye. Let's make a new game object called Pipe Spawner. We'll put it just to the right of the camera, and we'll make a script for it. The purpose of this script is to spawn new versions of the pipe prefab every few seconds. And because the pipe already has code to move left, the pipe will automatically move across the screen as soon as it spawns in. We're going to write some code to spawn that prefab we just made. So we'll start by making a reference to the prefab. Up here, we'll type public GameObject pipe. Then in Unity, we'll use the same drag and drop method to fill the slot, but this time, instead of a component, we'll drag the prefab from the project panel. Now, Unity has a nice built-in method for spawning new game objects. We'll type instantiate and then open the brackets. In here, the command is asking for some extra details. We can actually flip through these to find different, recipes, I guess? Number 4 looks good. It will create an object at a specified position and rotation. So for the game object, we can type pipe. For position, we can just type transform.position to get the position of the object holding the script. That will make it spawn on top of the spawner. And for rotation, let's just use transform.rotation, so again, it's the same as the spawner. Let's run it, and oh my god, that's not what we want. Spawning works great, but they're coming out every single frame, and we want them to come out on a nice interval that we can control. So, back to Visual Studio. What we're going to do now is write some code to make a timer. This will count up for a specified number of seconds, run some code, and then start the count again. To do this, we'll need to make a couple variables. A spawn rate is how many seconds it should be between spawns, and then a timer is the number that counts up. We can make this one private as we won't be changing it in the editor or anywhere else. In update, we'll do another if statement. This time, if the timer is less than the spawn rate, then we want to make the timer count up by 1. So we'll take the timer as it currently is and add time.delta time to it. This creates a number that counts up every frame and works the same no matter what your computer's frame rate is. We can actually shorten this by changing it to plus equals. But don't feel like you need to make your code as short as humanly possible just to avoid getting sniffy YouTube comments. If timer equals timer plus is easier to read and grasp, then that's absolutely fine. You can always swap to the other version in the future when you feel more confident. Now, before I said an if statement is like a gate, and we can add another gate to the side of it with else. This means if the condition isn't met, then skip the code and do the code in else instead. So we'll put the spawn code in here, and also reset the timer to 0. So now every frame, it asks if the timer is less than the spawn rate. If it is, then count the timer up. If it's not, i.e. the timer has actually met or exceeded the spawn rate, then spawn a pipe and start the timer again. Put this in Unity and pretty good. I'm happy with that. The only problem is we have to wait ages for the first pipe to spawn. It would be good if this came out immediately, right? Now we could copy and paste the spawn code into start, so it happens once in start and then happens over and over in update. But that's a bad idea. You should generally try to avoid having the same or even similar code in multiple places. What happens if we want to change how the spawn works? We'll have to find and change it everywhere. No good. Instead, we can put the spawn code in a new function and just run that function. So here, below update, but above the final curly bracket, we'll make a function called void spawn pipe, and then cut and paste the instantiate code into there. Now we can just write spawn pipe with empty brackets in both update and start. This will run all the code in that function when these lines are executed. And with that done, it will make a pipe as soon as the game begins, and will make new pipes every time the timer maxes out. Perfect. However, this is a pretty boring game, right? The pipes always come out in the middle. We want them to come out at random heights. So remember that when we wrote the instantiate code, we had to pick a position for the object to appear? We'll change that value. Right now, the pipes always spawn on the same position as the spawner. We want the x value to be the same, but for y, we want to pick a random point somewhere above or below the spawner. So let's create a public variable for a height offset, maybe 10. And then we'll make a float called lowest point. Because we're making this variable inside the function rather than at the top of the script, it means it can only be used within the function. But it also means we can set it by doing a calculation. So we'll do equals transform.position.y minus height offset. And then we'll make another one for highest point, but this time it's plus height offset. That gets us these two numbers. Then we'll replace the transform.position in our instantiate code. We're going to write new vector 3. We have to write that whenever we're specifying our own numbers for a vector. And then in brackets, we'll specify the x, y, and z values as 3 different floats. For x, we want this to be the same as the spawner, so we'll do transform.position.x. But for y, we can do random.range, and in the brackets for that, we can supply a minimum and maximum point to pick from. That's lowest point and highest point. Then a 0 for z, and close the brackets. Back in Unity, nice! The pipes will spawn anywhere between these two numbers. Oh, one last thing. Every time these pipes spawn, they'll appear and move left forever, which isn't great practice. They're off-screen and doing absolutely nothing, and yet they're still in memory and running code every frame. And if too many spawn, they'll start to spill out the side of your monitor and make a right mess on your desk. So let's fix that. Now we could make a timer and delete the pipe after a few seconds. But instead, we'll check the x position of the pipe and delete it if it goes past a certain point. We'll borrow the bird to find out the x coordinate of the left of the screen. Looks about -45. In the pipe move script, we'll add a float for a dead zone, -45, and then a simple if statement. If transform.position.x is less than dead zone, then destroy the game object that holds this script. Run it in Unity and bam, they're dead. Let's do one more thing, just as a teachable moment. Just before the destroy line, let's write debug.log and then in brackets, pipe deleted. Then back in Unity, you'll see one other panel I skipped during the UI demo. It's a tab next to project called console. Then when we run the game, every time a pipe is deleted, our message is sent to the console. This is a wonderfully useful way to debug our code because we can find out exactly what the code is up to. Recap time. Game objects can be turned into prefabs by dragging them from the hierarchy and dropping them into the project. You can then drag these into scenes. I use prefabs to create levels in my puzzle game, for example. Or you can make a spawner to instantiate new ones during the game. Timers are a great way to make code happen on a certain interval, but always use time.delta-time to keep things consistent across different computers. If statements can have an else gate to make code fire if the condition is not met. You can also have else if to make more complicated gates. And you should try to delete game objects if they're no longer needed to free up memory. Okay, our next step is to keep track of the player's score and show it to the player on the user interface. Then we want the score to go up by 1 every time the bird goes through the pipes. So remember that a game object doesn't have to be a physical thing in your game world like a character or an enemy. It can be a completely invisible manager that's just keeping track of critical data like health or time or score. And then we can make that information visible to the player using a user interface. So let's start by making the UI. Like everything else, it's a game object in the hierarchy. This time go down to UI and pick text, which may be under legacy. We'll need to zoom really far out on the scene view to actually see the UI. To make sure the UI looks the same on every device, we'll pick this new canvas game object and set the canvas scalar component's UI scale to scale with screen size, and choose a sensible reference resolution. I'm going to use 1080p again. We can then move our text around. You'll notice that UI has a rect transform rather than a normal transform. The most important thing to note is that you don't really want to mess with the scale of elements, instead change the width and height. I'll then increase the font size and set the default text to 0, and then check it all looks nice on the game view. Okay, now we want to make a script that will store the player's score and change the number on the UI to that score. We'll make a game object called Logic Manager.
you want. If you want. Isn't that what every adventurer dreams of?
Ahoy sailors! Welcome to the Ultimate Karak Guide. Whether you're a seasoned bartering captain, a PvP sea wolf, or just dipping your toes into great ocean sailing, this guide will break down everything you need to know from choosing the right karak to gathering every last upgrade material. Karaks are the final tier of Etheria ships in Black Desert Online. Picking the wrong one can cause you months of wasted grinding, but don't worry, we'll walk you through each option step by step, and by the end of this guide you will know exactly which karak fits your playstyle, how to get it, and how to upgrade it efficiently. When you reach the point of picking a karak, you might ask yourself, which one is the best for me? Let's start with really matters for you: speed, wave limit, firepower, efficiency. Your answer determines your karak. Let's go through each one, explaining what they are good at. First, that's Volante. This is the fastest karak. If you like to move quickly on the sea, do sailing dailies, or want to fight other players, Volante is a great choice. It also was okay for bartering, but speed is the biggest strength. Next is Valor. This karak is made for battle, is strong and can take a lot of damage. If you want to hunt sea monsters or join group fights on the ocean, Valor is the right ship for you. It's slower than Volante but much better for combat. Then we have Advance. This one is all about trading. If you like bartering and want to carry a lot of goods, Advance is the best karak for that. It can hold the most weight. Last is Balance. This one is not good choice for most players. It's not the fastest, not the strongest, and can't carry as much. The only reason to pick Balance is if you really like how it looks, or if you don't care about getting the best stuff. So in short, choose Volante for speed and PvP, choose Valor for sea monster hunting group battles, choose Advance for bartering. Don't choose Balance unless you really want to. Before you can get karak, you will need to follow a specific upgrade path. This path depends on whether you want a trading ship or combat ship. Let's start from the beginning. Everyone starts with a Bartali Sailboat. This is your first ocean ship and you can get it either from Intu's Okila Eye Expedition questline, or you can simply buy it from Prox in Velia for just some silver. It's a basic ship, but it gets you started on your sailing journey. From there, the path splits into two routes. If you want a ship focused on bartering and trade, your upgrade path looks like this: Bartali Sailboat, Etheria Sailboat, Etheria Caraver, Advance or Balance. But if you are going for a ship focused on combat, your path is Sailboat, Etheria Frigate, Etheria Galleys, Volante or Valor. If you want to see the previous sailboat, Etheria Caraver, but it gets you started on your sailing journey. From there, the path splits into two routes. If you want a ship focused on bartering and trade, your upgrade path looks like this: Bartali Sailboat, Etheria Sailboat, Etheria Caraver, Advance or Balance. But if you are going for a ship focused on combat, your path is Sailboat, Etheria Frigate, Etheria Galleys, Volante or Valor. If you want to see the previous Latin Canon sail,
Nothing is more deep.
Okay, so the secret to Flappy Bird is that while it looks like a bird is flapping along through a world of pipes, it's actually not. The bird stays completely still, and it's the pipes that move across the screen. So in step 3, we're going to make pipes spawn into the world, move across the screen, and then delete themselves. We'll start by making the object we want to spawn. This will be 2 pipes which move across the screen from left to right. Let's make another game object called pipe. Put it exactly on the bird for now to get the sizing right. And then we'll make another object within this one called top pipe. This is a child of the first game object's parent. This way we can nest multiple game objects and move all of them at once just by moving the parent. So let's repeat what we did for the bird. Add a sprite renderer for the pipe image. And add a collider, a box collider 2D this time. We don't need a rigid body because it's not going to be affected by physics. We can then move it up above the bird, but keep the X position as 0. Finally, we can duplicate this whole top pipe object call it bottom pipe, and flip it upside down by changing the Y scale to -1. Then move it down below the bird. As you can see, if we mess with the pipe parent game object, both pipes move scale and rotate along with it, with the parent as the pivot point. So let's add a script to this parent's object to make it move across the screen. We'll start by creating a variable for move speed. If we give it a number here, it will fill this as the default value in Unity, but we can always change it there later. Then we'll write code to move the object in update. Now, it would be lovely if we could just type transform.position.x and change this number directly, but no, boo, you have to change the entire vector in one go. Oh, and this time we're going to have to use vector 3 instead of vector 2 because the transform has 3. If we give it a number here, it will fill this as the default value in Unity, but we can always change it there later. Then we'll write code to move the object in update. Now, it would be lovely if we could just type transform.position.x and change this number directly, but no, boo, you have to change the entire vector in one go. Oh, and this time we're going to have to use vector 3 instead of vector 2 because the transform has 3 numbers. Even though we're making our game in 2D, Unity is still fundamentally a 3D engine, and so it's keeping track of the object's depth with the Z value. So, here's what we'll do. We'll take the current transform.position and then equals. We want to add to its current position, so write transform.position again, and then plus. And finally, in brackets, we'll do vector3.left times move speed. Back in Unity, press play, and whew, that's way too fast. Now you might think that you could just change this move speed variable to a really small number like 0.001, and that will work, but that's not actually the problem here. You see, code in update just runs as often as it can. In fact, if we check the stats in game view, we'll see the game is running at over 1,000 frames per second. Sorry, PlayStation 5, 120 FPS? Pfft, that's got nothing on Flappy Bird. And the real problem is that the game may run at different speeds on different computers, and we don't want the pipe to move faster or slower depending on your rig. Real games have actually made this mistake. In Dark Souls 2, weapon durability was once tied to frame rate, so your swords would break twice as fast at 60 FPS compared to 30 FPS. That was a whoopsie. Luckily, it's a pretty easy fix. We just multiply it by time.delta time. This ensures the multiplication happens the same no matter the frame rate. We didn't need it for the velocity code because physics runs on its own little clock, but otherwise we will need it. If you want to know more about this or anything really, the Unity docs are a good place to check. You'll find info and sample code. Okay, now with that fix in place, our pipe moves smoothly across the screen. Lovely. Next, we want to create a system that will continually spawn new pipes. To start, take the parent game object from the hierarchy and drag it into your project. This creates a prefabricated game object, or prefab. This is like a blueprint for a game object, and we can create new versions of this entire game object with all of its children, components, and properties. Oh, and before we move on, we can delete the original in our hierarchy now. Bye-bye. Let's make a new game object called Pipe Spawner. We'll put it just to the right of the camera, and we'll make a script for it. The purpose of this script is to spawn new versions of the pipe prefab every few seconds. And because the pipe already has code to move left, the pipe will automatically move across the screen as soon as it spawns in. We're going to write some code to spawn that prefab we just made, so we'll start by making a reference to the prefab. Up here, we'll type public GameObject pipe. Then in Unity, we'll use the same drag and drop method to fill the slot, but this time, instead of a component, we'll drag the prefab from the project panel. Now, Unity has a nice built. This creates a prefabricated game object to the right of the camera, and we'll make a script for it. The purpose of this script is to spawn new versions of the pipe prefab every few seconds. And because the pipe already has code to move left, the pipe will automatically move across the screen as soon as it spawns in. We're going to write some code to spawn that prefab we just made, so we'll start by making a reference to the prefab. Up here, we'll type public GameObject pipe. Then in Unity, we'll use the same drag and drop method to fill the slot, but this time, instead of a component, we'll drag the prefab from the project panel. Now, Unity has a nice built-in method for spawning new game objects. We'll type instantiate and then open the brackets. In here, the command is asking for some extra details. We can actually flip through these to find different I don't know, recipes, I guess? Number 4 looks good. It will create an object at a specified position and rotation. So for the game object, we can type pipe. For position, we can just type transform.position to get the position of the object holding the script. That will make it spawn on top of the spawner. And for rotation, let's just use transform.rotation, so again, it's the same as the spawner. Let's run it, and oh my god, that's not what we want. Spawning works great, but they're coming out every single frame, and we want them to come out on a nice interval that we can control. So, back to Visual Studio. What we're going to do now is write some code to make a timer. This will count up for a specified number of seconds, run some code, and then start the count again. To do this, we'll need to make a couple variables. A spawn rate is how many seconds it should be between spawns. And then a timer is the number that counts up. We can make this one private as we won't be changing it in the editor or anywhere else. In update, we'll do another if statement. This time, if the timer is less than the spawn rate, then we want to make the timer count up by 1. So we'll take the timer as it currently is and add time.delta time to it. This creates a number that counts up every frame and works the same no matter what your computer's frame rate is. We can actually shorten this by changing it to plus equals. But don't feel like you need to make your code as short as humanly possible just to avoid getting sniffy YouTube comments. If timer equals timer plus is easier to read and grasp, then that's absolutely fine. You can always swap to the other version in the future when you feel more confident. Now, before I said an if statement is like a gate, and we can add another gate to the side of it with else. This means if the condition isn't met, then skip the code and do the code in else instead. So we'll put the spawn code in here, and also reset the timer to 0. So now every frame, it asks if the timer is less than the spawn rate. If it is, then count the timer up. If it's not, i.e. the timer has actually met or exceeded the spawn rate, then spawn a pipe and start the timer again. Put this in Unity and pretty good. I'm happy to get the position of the object is out immediately, i.e. the timer has actually met or exceeded the spawn rate, then spawn a pipe and start the timer again. Put this in Unity and pretty good. I'm happy with that. The only problem is we have to wait ages for the first pipe to spawn. It would be good if this came out immediately, right? Now we could copy and paste the spawn code into start, so it happens once in start and then happens over and over in update. But that's a bad idea. You should generally try to avoid having the same or even similar code in multiple places. What happens if we want to change how the spawn works? We'll have to find and change it everywhere. No good. Instead, we can put the spawn code in a new function and just run that function. So here, below update, but above the final curly bracket, we'll make a function called void spawn pipe, and then cut and paste the instantiate code into there. Now we can just write spawn pipe with empty brackets in both update and start. This will run all the code in that function when these lines are executed. And with that done, it will make a pipe as soon as the game begins, and will make new pipes every time the timer maxes out. Perfect. However, this is a pretty boring game, right? The pipes always come out in the middle. We want them to come out at random heights. So remember that when we wrote the instantiate code, we had to pick a position for the object to appear? We'll change that value. Right now, the pipes always spawn on the same position as the spawner. We want the x value to be the same, but for y, we want to pick a random point somewhere above or below the spawner. So let's create a public variable for a height offset, maybe 10. And then we'll make a float called lowest point. Because we're making this variable inside the function rather than at the top of the script, it means it can only be used within the function. But it also means we can set it by doing a calculation. So we'll do equals transform.position.y minus height offset. And then we'll make another one for highest point, but this time it's plus height offset. That gets us these two numbers. Then we'll replace the transform.position in our instantiate code. We're going to write new vector 3. We have to write that whenever we're specifying our own numbers for a vector. And then in brackets, we'll specify the x, y, and z values as 3 different floats. For x, we want this to be the same as the spawner, so we'll do transform.position.x. But for y, we can do random.range, and in the brackets for that, we can supply a minimum and maximum point to pick from. That's lowest point and highest point. Then a 0 for z, and close the brackets. Back in Unity, nice! The pipes will spawn anywhere between these two numbers. Oh, one last thing. Every time these pipes spawn, they'll appear and move left forever, which isn't great practice. They're off-screen and doing absolutely nothing, and yet they're still in memory and running code every frame. And if too many spawn, they'll start to spill out the side of your monitor and make a right mess on your desk. So let's fix that. Now we could make a timer and delete the pipe after a few seconds. But instead, we'll check the x position of the pipe and delete it if it goes past a certain point. We'll borrow the bird to find out the x coordinate of the left of the screen. Looks about -45. In the pipe move script, we'll add a float for a dead zone, -45, and then a simple if statement. If transform.position.x is less than dead zone, then destroy the game object that holds this script. Run it in Unity and bam, they're dead. Let's do one more thing, just as a teachable moment. Just before the destroy line, let's write debug.log and then in brackets, pipe deleted. Then back in Unity, you'll see one other panel I skipped during the UI demo. It's a tab next to project called console. Then is the number that counts up. We can make this one private as we won't be changing it in the editor or anywhere else. In update, we'll do another if statement. This time, if the timer is less than the spawn rate, then we want to make the timer count up by 1. So we'll take the timer as it currently is and add time.delta_time to it. This creates a number that counts up every frame and works the same no matter what your computer's frame rate is. I really try to avoid having this same or even similar code in multiple places. With the instantiate code, we had to pick a position for the object to appear. We'll change that value. Right now, the pipes always spawn on the same position as the spawner. We want the x value to be the same, but for y, we want to pick a random point somewhere above or below the spawner. So let's create a public variable for a height offset, maybe 10. And then we'll make a float called lowest point. Because we're making this variable inside the function rather than at the top of the script, it means it can only be used within the function. But it also means we can set it by doing a calculation. So we'll do equals transform form.position. These two are our own numbers for a vector. And then minimum back in 0 for z and our own numbers. Used within the function, but it also means we can set it by doing a calculation. So we'll do equals transform.position.y minus height offset. And then we'll make another one for highest point, but this time it's plus height offset. That gets us these two numbers. Then we'll replace the transform.position in our instantiate code. We're going to write new vector 3. We have to write that whenever we're specifying our own numbers for a vector. And then in brackets, we'll specify the x, y, and z values as 3 different floats. For x, we want this to be the same as the spawner, so we'll do transform.position function called void spawn pipe, and then cut and paste the instantiate code into there. Now we can just write spawn pipe with empty brackets in both update and start. This will run all the code in that function when these lines are executed. And with that done, it will make a pipe as soon as the game begins, and will make new pipes every time the timer maxes out. Perfect. However, this is a pretty boring game, right? The pipes always come out in the middle. We want them to come out at random for the object to appear. Well, remember that when we wrote the instantiate code, we had to pick a position for the object to appear, the spawner. We want the x value to be the same, but for y, we want to pick a random point somewhere above or below the spawner. So let's create a public variable for a height offset, maybe 10. And then we'll make a float called lowest point. Because we're making this variable inside the function rather than at the top of the script, it means it can only be used within the function. But it also means we can set it by doing a calculation. So we'll do equals transform.position.y minus height offset. And then we'll make another one for highest point, but this time it's plus height offset. That gets us these two numbers. Then we'll replace the transform.position in our instantiate code. We're going to write new vector 3. We have to write that whenever we're specifying our own numbers for a vector. And then in brackets, we'll specify the x, y, and z values as 3 different floats. For x, we want this to be the same as the spawner, so we'll do transform.position.x. But for y, we can do random.range, and in the brackets for that, we can supply a minimum and maximum point to pick from. That's lowest point and highest point. Then a 0 for z, and close the brackets. Back in Unity, nice! The pipes will spawn anywhere between these two numbers. Oh, or a height offset, maybe within the functions, and then we'll make another one for us in our instantiate. Our O's and for brackets for that, we can supply a minimum and maximum point to pick from. That's lowest point and highest point. Then a 0 for z, and close the brackets. once in start and then happens over and over in update. But that's a bad idea. You should generally try to avoid having the same or even similar code in multiple places. What happens if we want to change how the spawn works? We'll have to find and change it everywhere. No good. Instead, we can put the spawn code in a new function and just run that function. So here, below update, but above the final curly bracket, we'll make a function called void spawn pipe, and then cut and paste the instantiate code into there. Now we can just write spawn pipe with empty brackets in both update and start. This will run all the code in that function when these lines are executed. And with that done, it will make a pipe as soon as the game begins, and will make new pipes every time the timer maxes out. Perfect. However, this is a pretty boring game, right? The pipes always come out in the middle. We want them to come out at random heights. So remember that when we wrote the instantiate code, we had to pick a position for the object to appear? We'll change that value. Right now, the pipes always spawn on the same position as the spawner. We want the x value to be the same, but for y, we want to pick a random point somewhere above or below the spawner. So let's create a public variable for a height offset, maybe 10. And then we'll make a float called lowest point. Because we're making this variable inside the function rather than at the top of the script, it means it can only be used within the function. But it also means we can set it by doing a calculation. So we'll do equals transform.position.y minus height offset. And then we'll make another one for highest point, but this time it's plus height offset. That gets us these two numbers. Then we'll replace the transform.position in our instantiate code. We're going to write new vector 3. We have to write that whenever we're specifying our own numbers for a vector. And then in brackets, we'll specify the x, y, and z values as 3 different floats. For x, we want this to be the same as the spawner, so we'll do transform.position.x. But for y, we can do random.range, and in the brackets for that, we can supply a minimum and maximum point to pick from. That's lowest point and highest point. Then a 0 for z, and close the brackets. Back in Unity, nice! The pipes will spawn anywhere between these two numbers. Oh, one last thing. Every time these pipes spawn, they'll appear and move left forever, which isn't great practice. They're off-screen and doing absolutely nothing, and yet they're still in memory and running code every frame. And if too many spawn, they'll start to spill out the side of your monitor and make a right mess on your desk. So let's fix that. Now we could make a timer and delete the pipe after a few seconds. But instead, we'll check the x position of the pipe and delete it if it goes past a certain point. We'll borrow the bird to find out the x coordinate of the left of the screen. Looks about minus 45. In the pipe move script, we'll add a float for a dead zone, minus 45. And then a simple if statement. If transform.position.x is less than dead zone, then destroy the game object that holds this script. Run it in Unity and bam, they're dead. Let's do one more thing, just as a teachable moment. Just before the destroy line, let's write debug.log and then in brackets, pipe deleted. Then back in Unity, you'll see one other panel I skipped during the UI demo. It's a tab next to project called console. Then when we for a height possible, but because we're making this variable inside the by doing a calculation, y and z values as pipes will spawn anywhere, but instead we'll check the x position of the pipe and doing apps spawn, they'll appear and move left forever, which isn't great practice. They're off-screen and doing absolutely nothing, and yet they're still in memory and running code every frame. And if too many spawn, they'll start to spill out the side of your monitor and make a right mess on your desk. So let's fix that. Now we could make a timer and delete the pipe after a few seconds. But instead, we'll check the x position of the pipe and delete it if it goes past a certain point. We'll borrow the bird to find out the x coordinate of the left of the screen. Looks about minus 45. In the pipe move script, we'll add a float for a dead zone, -45, and then a simple if statement. If transform.position.x is less than dead zone, then destroy the game object that holds this script. Run it in Unity and bam, they're dead. For the pipe, they'll appear to spin the pipe and delete it if it goes past a certain point. We'll borrow the bird to find out the x coordinate of the left of the screen. Looks about -45. In the pipe move script, we'll add a float for a dead zone, -45, and then a simple if statement. If transform.position.x is less than dead zone, then destroy the game object that holds this script. Run it in Unity and bam, they're dead. A simple if statement. If transform.position.x is less than dead zone, then destroy the game object that holds this script. Run it in Unity and bam, they're dead. Let's do one more thing. Destroy the game object that holds this script.
애 태우고 나가셨는데요.
아씨, 장현철 핸드폰으로 지금 빨리 전화봐요. 빨리요.
네, 그리고 손목이 나가? 무슨 죽도 손목으로 하냐? 아무튼 앞으로 살살해. 알았어? 됐어. 가봐 이제.
야이 씨발아. 내가 네 새끼냐? 이런 씨발 왜 아무한테나 반말 짓거려? 안경 벗어봐. 안경 벗어봐. 아이씨. 왜? 일로 와. 일로 와.
저기 이쪽으로 오세요. 처방 좀 받아가셔야죠.
하여간 이 늙은 것들은 아무한테나 반말을 찍찍거린단 말이야. 이 씨발 화가 아가리를 찢어발라. 조심하세요. 몇 살이야?
22이요.
오, 좋을 때네. 남자친구.
네?
귀엽게 생긴 게 많겠다. 그죠?
아니에요. 없어요.
그러니까 까불고 있어. 뒤질라고. 이렇게 이쁘게 생긴 아가씨가 남자친구가 없을까? 그걸 모르는구나.
에?
그거 모르면 잘 모르더라고. 사실은 어제 내가 좀 재미 좀 볼 일이 있었는데 근데 그 어떤 개 또라이 새끼 때문에 일을 다 망쳐버렸어. 그러니까 너는 좋게 가보자. 에? 네가 벗어봐.
에?
야, 벗어봐. 야, 어차피 할 건데 너도 좋아야 하잖아. 그러니까 네가 벗어봐. 쌍판택이 칼질하기 전에 빨리 벗어, 이 씨발려나. 빨리 벗어, 이 씨발려나! 옳지. 브라자도 벗어. 빨리.
살려주세요.
밑에도 벗어. 야, 이 개새끼야. 이 새끼가 너 도대체 뭐야, 이 개새끼야!
나가지 말고 기다려. 응급조치해야 되니까. 왜 이렇게 약한 척해? 이제 시작인데. 기억해둬. 점점 끔찍해질 거야. 지금 눈 감아요. 고개 돌리고 귀도 막고.
이 새끼야 뒤질라고 이 젖같은 새끼를. 에이 씨발놈아 나랑 한번 해보자 이거지? 에? 야이 새끼야 네가 나랑 한번 해보자 이거지? 이런 젖같은 새끼. 그래 이 씨발 새끼야 누가 족밥인지 한번 해보자.
뭡니까? 사고 나셨습니까?
차가 퍼진 모양입니다.
이것들은 피냄새만 맡으면 지랄 발광들이에요.
예, 아버님. 저기 별일 없는 거지? 응. 아니, 그냥 좀 신경이 쓰여서. 경찰에선 내가 장경철이 뒤를 쫓는다고 생각하나 봐. 경찰에서도 장경철이를 쫓는 모양이야. 그래서 말인데. 이쯤에서 그만두는 게 어떨까? 아니, 저기 이제 그만큼 했으니까 그만두었으면 좋겠어. 저기 아버님. 아니야. 그래, 끊자.
형부 나예요. 형부,
잘 지내고 있어?
형부는 잘 지내세요?
그냥 뭐 일 때문에 좀 바빠.
그래요? 무슨 일로 바빠요?
왜 그래? 나 무슨 일 하는지 잘 알잖아.
알게 하는 일은 알죠. 모르게 하는 일을 묻는 거예요. 아빠한테 수사자를 받으셨죠? 형부, 나 형부 마음 잘 알지만 그 일은 그만뒀으면 좋겠어요. 이런다고 언니가 살아 돌아오는 것도 아니잖아요. 그 사람 찾아서 어떤 처벌 가한다고 해도 변하는 거 아무것도 없어요. 복수 같은 건 영화에서나 하는 거지. 그놈은 그냥 미친놈이잖아요.
미안한데 세연한테 해줄 말이 없어.
왜 해줄 말이 없어요? 나는 뭐 딴 식구예요? 내가 요즘 어떤 상태인지 아세요? 저 요즘에요. 길 가다가 누가 나 쫓아오지 않나 자꾸 뒤돌아봐요. 근데 해줄 말이 없다니 어떻게 그런 말을 해요? 그러니까 형부, 부탁할게요. 의미 없어요. 이제 그만둬요.
미안해, 나 지금 전화 끊어야 될 것 같아. 그리고 이 일 그렇게 의미 없지 않아.
형부.
뭘 줘? 야, 안 물리냐? 한번 먹어봐. 이거 물리나? 응? 이거 한번 맛들면은 땅고기 못 먹는다. 미친 새끼. 뭐라 그랬냐? 근데 이 새끼가 사랑고기 처먹더니 완전 생또라이가 됐네. 정신 차려 이 새끼야. 나 장경철이야. 그래 돌았다. 제대로 돌았지. 아유 너 고기맛 때문에 돌겠더라니까. 아이 뭐, 아이 긴장하면 눈물 나. 병신 새끼. 야, 우리 처음 만났을 때 기억나냐? 어? 무장단체 만들어가지고 씨발 세상 한번 뒤져보자 했던 거? 그때가 좋아하던데. 응? 아유, 씨발 무서울 게 없었어? 응?
야, 족바는 소리 니네 엄마 달나라 갈 때나 하고 담배 하나 주라.
죽은 년들 가족 중 하나겠네. 응? 그렇지 않고서 어떤 생미친 새끼가. 걔 우리랑 같은 과네. 응? 즐기는 거지. 사냥할 때 느끼는 그 짜릿한 쾌감 말이야. 응? 잡았다 풀어주고. 잡았다 풀어주고. 사냥놀이 하는 거네. 먹잇감의 고통을 즐기는 거지. 응? 너 아무래도 단단히 물린 것 같다. 그 새끼 기집을 그 완전히 개또라이 된 거네. 응? 괴물 출연이네. 재밌다. 응? 피곤할 텐데 먼저 가서 자라. 응?
금방 많다. 아무 데나 가서 자도 돼. 그럼 난 내일 아침 준비를 해볼까나. 즐기는 거지. 사냥할 때 느끼는 그 짜릿한 쾌감 말이야. 잡았다 풀어주고, 잡았다 풀어주고. 먹잇감의 고통을 즐기는 거지. 응? 사냥놀이 하는 거네. 점점 끔찍해질 거야. 재밌네. 내장을 다 썼나? 여기도 없고. 그러면은 그러지 마라. 어? 그 새끼 미연이 못 봤냐? 어? 지랄하고 발부둥 치면은 더 아프고 더 오래 걸려. 금방 끝나. 좀만 참어. 응? 그러니까 왜 사람을 이렇게 해? 어? 씨발 우리가 돌을 달랬어, 집을 달랬어. 아 며칠 동안 있다 간다는데 왜 그렇게 지랄이냐?
죄송해요. 진짜 죄송해요.
진작에 그랬어야지. 진작에 그런 사과의 말씀은 어? 아이 병신들은 씨. 아주 씨, 일 벌어진 다음에 지랄디랄. 가만. 손, 발, 머리 순서 맞지? 어? 눈 감어. 안 보는 게 낫다. 어디 갔어?
소리도 없이 어떻게 들어왔어?
아이를 가졌어요.
어떻게 생긴 놈인지 궁금했는데 괴물 같지는 않네.
미친 새끼. 손, 발, 머리 순서 맞지? 니들이 한 대로 똑같이 할 거야. 더하진 않을 테니까 걱정하지 마. 이 미친 개사이코 새끼들.
사실 내 한 걱정 덜었어. 나 형님이 어떻게 될까봐 그게 걱정이었던 거니까. 국정원 다닌다는 그 김수현이 맞죠? 근데 이 친구 무슨 짓을 하고 다니는지 보여드릴까 형님? 그만두게 해요. 사람의 짐승을 상대하자고 짐승이 되면 되겠소. 형님도 그게 지금 마음에 걸려서 이러고 있는 거 아니오? 그 친구 어디 있어요 지금?
응급치료 해놨으니까 몸 움직이시는데 큰 무리는 없을 거예요. 저 새끼랑 선배님 이틀 동안 한 번도 안 깬 거 아세요? 도대체 무슨 일이 있었던 거예요? 선배님, 이제 그만 저 새끼 넘기시죠.
아직 멀었어.
어쩌시려고요?
너 그런 거 알아? 가슴에 커다란 바위 덩어리 하나 들어앉은 느낌. 그런 기분. 주연이한테 약속한 게 있어. 저놈한테 당했던 거 똑같이 되돌려주기로. 아직은 아니야. 멀었어 아직.
알았어요. 안 물어볼게요. 참, 그 캡슐 감도 괜찮죠? 설사 쭉쭉하지 않는 한 그 새끼 센 거 한 방 맞고 정신없이 골아 떨어졌을 거예요. 아마 이 상태는 하루는 더 갈 것 같은데. 선배님, 얼굴 많이 달라진 거 아세요?
어서오세요. 진통제 하나 주세요. 덱시브프로펜 성분 들어있는 거.
예? 덱시브요?
제일 센 걸로 하나 주세요.
아, 예.
어디 계십니까? 근처에 안 계시나 보네. 에이, 듣고 있어? 물론 듣고 있겠지. 에? 아, 정말 재밌어. 에? 씨발 살다 별 이런 재미난 일이 다 생기는 한테. 에이, 네가 누군지 내가 맞춰볼까? 장주연이. 연희동 사는 장주연 맞지? 어때? 내 말이 틀려? 근데 말이야, 너 실수한 거야. 넌 나란 놈을 너무 쉽게 봤어. 넌 진즉에 날 죽이지 않은 걸 땅을 치고 후회하게 될 거야. 오래 걸리지도 않아.
어서 오세요.
기대해라. 진짜 고통이 뭔지 내가 가르쳐 줄 테니까.
아니 이거 봐요.
참, 장주현이가 죽기 전에 그러더라. 임신했다고. 살려달라고. 알고 있었냐? 꽁꽁꽁꽁꽁 서둘러 이 새끼야. 안 그러면 저 양반 죽어. 그러니까 나 같은 놈 살려날 땐 바짝 붙어댕겨야지.
저런 것들 이렇게까지 갖고 살려내야 되나? 가끔씩 저런 것들을 보고 있으면 내가 더 이상 사람이고 싶지 않다. 깨어나고 연락하라고 그래. 아이고, 또 뭐냐? 아, 그래, 뭐냐? 뭐? 너 그거 진짜야? 알았어. 야, 장경철이 자수 안 된다?
이 씨발 새끼, 너 실상가다.
일어나. 뭐 하나 물어볼 게 있어. 내 친구 어디로 갔을까?
너 진짜 그 새끼 잘못 건드린 거야. 그 새끼 받은 만큼 꼭 되갚는 새끼야. 무슨 뜻인 줄 알아? 응? 네 여자의 가족들, 응? 그리고 자수해버리면 돌아버리는 거지, 응? 근데 네 여자 그렇게 나쁘진 않았을 거야, 응? 그 새끼는 나랑 달리 고통을 주기 전에 즐거움을 먼저 주는 새끼니까. 즐거움을 먼저 주는 새끼니까.
웃겨? 그게 웃겨? 그게 웃긴가 보지?
내가 평생 웃는 얼굴로 만들어줄게.
지금 장경찰 통화 잡았어요. 선배님 걱정도 되고 해서 경찰 쪽 수사팀 통신 따고 있었는데요. 조금 전에 장경찰이 연락을 했어요. 오늘 자수하겠다고요. 근데 마지막으로 일 하나만 보고 자수하겠다는데 이 새끼 혹시 또 사고 치려는 거 아니에요?
감정 위치 어디를 떠?
연희동이요.
택배 왔어요.
오 과장님 되십니까? 저 김수현입니다.
뭐? 그게 이놈의 이렇게 만들어 이 새끼야. 너 아무튼 형님한테 무슨 일 생기면 너 내 손에 죽어 이 새끼야. 알겠어? 대답해 이 개새끼야. 그럼 장반장님 집에서 제일 가까운 애들 쏘라고 연락하고 우리 차 돌려 빨리. 차 돌려 이 새끼야 빨리. 닮았나? 아니다. 주연이 얘는 지 애미를 닮았나 보네. 애비 닮았으면 큰일 날 뻔했네. 그럼 씨발로 있네. 왜 이렇게 미친 듯이 덤벼들어? 미쳤어? 미친 거야? 이 씨발 이거 어디 갔어? 이걸 어떻게 해줘야 그 새끼가 씨발 바짝 약이 오르려나? 어? 이렇게 해줘야 약이 오르려나? 이렇게? 어? 이렇게? 이렇게? 이렇게 씨발 이렇게? 이렇게? 채? 이렇게? 채?
아빠, 저 왔어요.
오지 마세요. 뒤로 가세요. 아저씨, 그러시면 안 됩니다. 그러시면 안 됩니다.
네가 김수현이야?
이런 쌍놈의 새끼야! 너 이 새끼야! 네가 지금 무슨 짓이 된 줄 알아? 네가 무슨 낯설은 여기 찾아와 이 새끼야! 이런 씹어먹어도 수사는 놈의 새끼! 나봐 이 새끼들아! 이런 어간없는 놈의 새끼 이거. 비켜봐. 비켜!
여보세요.
나 장경철이 오르시다. 너 이 새끼!
야, 이 새끼야. 너 지금 어디야? 어? 너 세연이 어떻게 한 거 아니지? 어?
그건 나중에 확인해 보면 알 테고.
어? 받아.
여보세요.
어떠냐? 이제 느낌이 와? 그러길래 왜 그렇게 지랄 떨면서 댐비나 댐비기를 이 겁대가리 막가지 새끼야. 네가 볼 땐 누가 이긴 것 같아? 네가 이긴 것 같아? 내가 이긴 것 같아? 장경철 떴는데요.
야, 대기. 잠시 대기.
그래, 네 말이 맞아. 내가 잘못 생각했어. 내가 널 너무 우습게 본 것 같아. 이제부터 걸맞게 대접해줄게.
개새끼야, 뭐 하는 거야? 너 뭐하냐, 진짜!
이제 시작이야. 왜 벌써부터 이래?
야, 이 개새끼야! 개새끼야, 얼른 죽여! 얼른 죽여, 개새끼야! 야, 이 개새끼야! 이 개새끼야! 얼른 죽여! 얼른 죽여, 이 개새끼야! 야, 얼른 죽여!
아니야, 아직은 아니야. 조금만 기다려. 생각해봐. 죽일 거였으면 벌써 죽였겠지. 난 네가 가장 고통스러울 때 죽일 거야. 가장 고통스럽고 무서움에 벌벌 떨 때 그때 죽일 거야. 그래야 그게 진짜 복수지. 진짜 완전한 복수.
살려줘. 살려.
그런 말 너도 많이 들었지? 살려달라는 말. 그런 말 들으면 즐거웠지.
살려줘. 살려줘. 내가 죄값 받을게. 그러니까 이 정도 했으면 살려주라. 그러니까 이만큼 했으면 그만해라. 제발, 제발 살려줘. 정말 미안하다. 제발.
두렵네. 말해봐. 무서워. 이제 네가 한 짓이 어떤 건지 알겠니?
이제 그만큼 데리고 놀았으면 그만해라, 이 씨발 새끼야. 에이, 젖가는 소리 좀 그만하세요. 넌 이미 졌어. 네가 나 여태까지 데리고 놓은 거 같지? 에? 젖가고 있네. 난 고통 같은 거 몰라. 두려움? 그딴 것도 몰라. 네가 나한테 얻을 수 있는 거 아무것도 없어. 그러니까 난 이미 졌어. 알아?
난 네가 죽은 후에도 고통스러웠으면 좋겠다.
들리냐? 아! 씨발 새끼! 난 꼭 산다! 너 꼭 살아! 씨발 새끼야, 난 꼭 산다! 아! 야, 이 새끼야! 내 말 들려? 에? 잘 들려? 이 새끼야! 뭐라트려도 난 부럽지 않아! 그 새끼! 날 꼭 하는 거야? 야! 놀라지 마! 아빠! 야! 놀라지 마! 야! 상훈아! 어디로? 새끼는 뭐하는 거요? 빨리 키봐! 놀라지 마! 잘 안 열려? 안 돼! 아이고 이제는 씨발로 있는데 왜 여기까지 와서 지랄이야? 엄마!
안 읽는 거야?
안 돼! 문 열지 마! 문 열지 말라고 이 씨발 돌아가! 돌아가!
اه هون دقيقة 10 دقايق 10 دقايق وين حطيته يعني اوكي ماشي اوه هو بكملت الفيلم انه بعدين بهالفيلم اللي مش عم بخلص بعدين بهالفيلم اللي مش عم بخلص خلينا نكمله شو صار ماما لا بيرفكت أكيد لا مفيش هيك شي كمان هيك والله كتير حلو بس انت عشانك حضرته نص ونص وعم بتنام وعم بتفيق مش عم بتركز ومش جاي عبالك تحضره فعشان هيك شايفه بايخ بس بالعكس كتير حلو أنا والله حبيته أنا حبيته يعني حسيته حلو مم. ماشي حبيبتي شكرا طيب ماشي شو بعرفني حياتي أنا خلص حبيته قلتلك حسيته حلو يعني خلص انت ما حبيتوش عادي طيب خلص عم نحكي عليه زيادة عن اللزوم يعني كله شافت فيلم مم.
figurehead from Filberto Fallacy in Port Eferia using silver. Next you need to enhance each green piece to +10. This is required before you can move on to the blue gear stage. After that, it's time to craft the blue-grade ship parts. These are made by Work and Info for Eferia Ship Part Workshop, using materials that take time and planning to collect. Once crafted, you will also need to enhance the blue gear to +10. The good news is that the blue gear doesn't lose enhancement ever if you fail. Finally, when your ship is fully equipped with +10 blue gear, you can start gathering the remaining materials needed for the actual Karak upgrade. So to keep it simple, buy the green gear from Filberto, enhance it to +10, gather materials, craft blue gear in Port Eferia, enhance that to +10, then collect the final upgrade materials and turn your ship into a Karak. Next, let's look at the full list of materials you will need. Now that you understand the upgrade process, let's talk about the materials you will need to prepare. There are two main categories of materials, blue gear materials and Karak upgrade materials. To craft the blue gear for your ship in Port Eferia, you will need to collect specific ocean-related materials. The type of materials are mostly the same, whether you're upgrading for Caravel or Galleass, but the amounts are different. At the same time, you can also collect the materials needed to upgrade your ship into a Karak. There's no need to wait until your gear is ready, so depending on which Karak you're going for, your material list will match one of these. To help you stay organized, I've added a link in the description to some community-made checklists. These are great for tracking your progress as you go. Let's start with the materials you will need to craft the blue gear for your Caravel or Galleass. There are 4 gear parts: plating, sail, cannon and figurehead. Each one requires different resources and you will need a large amount of them. Even though both ships use the same material types, the amount are higher for Galleass than for Caravel. Here's a list of the blue.
Welcome back to the channel all about life scaling. My name is Teddy, and just as the title suggested, if you guys are upgrading those Caravels or their Galleass to the Carracks and you're wondering what's in store, don't worry. I'm here to show you everything about the Carrack so you can get a jump start on upgrading to a Carrack sooner. Without wasting any more time, let's just jump into everything that you'll need to know about the Carrack. Starting off, if you guys are just upgrading to those Carracks, you'll quickly notice that the Carrack does not have any parts, meaning it will be slower than those Caravel or the Galleasses. One way to bypass your slower Carrack without the parts is to rent all of the sailors. The Carrack can hold a max of 10 sailors or 100 cabin slots. Although there are many different types of sailors, there are 2 that you have to take a look at. The innocent sailors are going to be the best sailors to get if you are going free to play. Then you have the Confident Sailors, which is more of a pay-to-win option requiring at least 20 of the Captain Medallions. These sailors can be found either at the Velia Inn or Epharia's Beach. They can only be hired every night from 8 p.m. to 6 p.m. So make sure you have an alt placed in their respective places so you can easily jump between every spot to get your innocent sailors a lot faster. Like I stated before, there are other sailors that you can hire. I will leave a link down in the
can keep more goods if you get a house in town and use it for storage. Welcome to Velia. Need to use the storage?
بوبي بوبي البطاطا الهاي طلعتين وانت وبكرة رايحة شغلك طيب شو صار باللعبة اللعبة اللي كنت عم تساويها طيب أمم. أمم.
You can keep more goods if you get a house in town and use it for storage.
Because literally anything would be better than this. What is up, guys? Coding Jesus here. Guys, today we will be doing a code review of a popular YouTuber and streamer by the name of Thor or Pirate Software. Now, why should you care, and who the hell is Thor? Well, Thor has been the talk of the town as of recently, as he's been an extremely large streamer that has come out against a pro-consumer movement in the gaming space called Stop Killing Games. Stop Killing Games is an initiative launched by a man named Ross Scott, who is an advocate for consumers in the video game space. The purpose of Stop Killing Games is to prevent publishers from revoking access of games from people who have paid to play those games. There are plenty of examples out there of publishers that produce games that require online access to play, but once they pull the plug from their servers, consumers now stop having access to those games. The Stop Killing Games movement is looking to advocate on behalf of consumers in order to mandate that game publishers and game developers have some sort of end-of-life plan for games such that they can continue to be played after the developer would like to stop supporting them. To me, that makes total sense. It doesn't sound fair and isn't right for you to be sold a game as a good, but for it to effectively be a service with an unknown expiration date that the company can not support at any time. Okay, now why am I picking on Thor here in particular? Well, Thor has not only what appears to be lied about his experience, or at the very minimum played it off as something that it's really not. But he's also misrepresented the initiative and has doubled and tripled down in that misrepresentation.
If you're going to be putting forward something that you want to start a conversation to eventually become legislation, and these are the reasons for it, not only can I not agree with the initiative, but I can't agree with you, and I won't agree with Russ. There's no way around that. I think this is gross. To sum it all up, no, I will not be supporting the initiative Stop Killing Games.
Cryptically wishing for the movement to fail.
So I'm going to be honest with you. I hope that your initiative gets everything you asked for, but nothing you wanted.
I don't know why you do that, but he decided to do so. He doesn't even have to agree with the movement. He just needs to admit that he misrepresented it. Now, other creators have reviewed this drama to no end and have gone over his employment history and timeline. But what I want to do that I guess would make this video unique is go over his actual code from his developer live streams and analyze whether this guy has the skills that he claims he has as a 20-year veteran and game developer working for Blizzard and other game publishers, etc.
My name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, which is an indie studio, and I've been here for about 8 years now.
Now, why should you guys listen to me about any of this? Well, I'm a C++ developer with 5 years of experience in the quantitative trading space. I've read dozens of books on C++ and over half a dozen books just on C++ design, from influencers in the space to professors to people that also have YouTube channels to time-tested and trusted books. I've read a lot, and while I'm not an authority in C++, I'm pretty likely to be somebody that can suss out a bad practice if I see one. At least I hope. I also have a bunch of open source contributions in C++ on projects that I find interesting, like Monero. Now, when I was making notes for this video, because I like to come prepared, I thought I'd need to go through dozens of different developer streams. But what I found out really quickly is that I can only find 2 developer streams that Thor actually brings up code on the screen in, and in those developer streams, he, one, does not actually do any coding. The code is just visually there on the screen, and 98% of the actual stream is him looking at his subscribers, looking at his tip jar as to how much money people have sent him, and also looking at videos about games, but never actually doing any game development in a dev stream. Without further ado, let's actually take a look at some of his code. Alright, so I'm going to be linking these VODs in the description box below. I recommend people actually download these VODs before he takes them down, because honestly, if I was claiming I'm a game developer with 20 years of experience, this would be embarrassing to have online. Let's take a look at what's really wrong about this, and I don't even need to be a game dev to understand that. When you look at the code here, what do you see? You see a lot of magic numbers. That's an industry term for numbers that don't have any description or explanation as to what they are or why they exist. And you also have a lot of true or false, which is not descriptive at all. When you look at any function call as another developer, you should understand what's going on without needing to read through the implementation of the actual method itself. So part type sprite, part type size, I don't need to read through that to understand what's being passed to it and what it's doing. But that's not what's going on here. I shouldn't need to ask myself, what is this number 1? What is the 0? What does it signify? Right? Imagine we have a car object, and I create the car object by passing in 96, 4, false, false. Do you have any idea about what those numbers mean? How I'm initializing that car? You don't. A step above that, a better alternative would be to specify in words what 96 means. For example, unsigned 32-bit integer horsepower equals 96. Number of doors equals 4. Is automatic equals false. Is electric equals false. And then pass that into the construction of car. That is the bare minimum. That's what I would expect out of an intern that's fresh out of school. Taking that a step further, you can implement a concept called strong typing, which is the most expressive form of instantiation. What we can do in that case is define an alias at the bare minimum or a class, and we can call it horsepower. And then we can create an enumeration for things like transmission or fuel. And then we'd alter the car's constructor and pass in that information. Horsepower 98, door number 4, transmission automatic, fuel gasoline. You don't need to be a game developer to know that that's a lot more maintainable than whatever Thor has here. Another really good example of that is at 2556. So if we jump there, okay, right here. Alarm 0, alarm 1, alarm 2. What is that? What are those alarms? Is it an alarm for person A, an alarm for whatever character, an alarm to do what? It's unexpressive. It's really spaghetti code, in my opinion. Okay, let's go to around 1 hour and 4 minutes. This is also a complete mess for a couple of reasons. First of all, Thor is using the incorrect data types. This isn't even getting to some sort of advanced design or design pattern. It's showing a complete lack of understanding how to represent information in a program. Okay? What do I mean by that? Well, look at question asked equals 0. Question asked, in my opinion, is true or false. Has this question been asked? It should be a Boolean data type. What does 0 mean? Booleans are represented as integers under the hood. So in C++, anything that isn't 0 is true. So 1 is true. But why would you even give another developer the option to write question asked equals 42? In theory, that should be true because anything other than 0 is true. But why even allow somebody to write code that can potentially be that confusing? It's just a no-go. Another thing here that I noticed is the absurd amount of comments. Most of the time, you don't need to write comments in your code. That's because your code should be self-documenting. But there is a 1 to 5% case rate in which you should be writing comments only if your code is extremely complex. And that's not the case here. This is a simple if statement and a simple switch statement. You don't need to add comments here. Having a comment for we have asked the question and question asks equals 1 is totally superfluous, a waste of time, a waste of space. I'm not sure why it was added, if not just to waste time on a dev stream, to spend more time pretending you're coding than watching videos. Okay, let's take a look at his second stream because the rest of this stream is reviewing other games, looking at his subscription count. I don't know why he gets so horny looking at this. Watching video games, etc. You guys get the point. Storyline array number. Oh my god. Here he appears to be storing a timeline of events in a flat one-dimensional array with random numbers as the indices in order to represent said event. So literally anything would be an upgrade over what is written here. For example, what he could have done is created a nested structure where all of those default values, instead of being hard-coded and written in some file, can simply be stored in a YAML or configuration file that could be edited outside of the build as to not waste time rebuilding the entire application in a YAML or XML format. That's development 101. You learn it in the first week of your new job as either an intern or a junior developer. What's even worse is he now also needs to remember what 419 means. So somewhere in his code, he needs to actually add a comment or something to represent what 419 is. As you can see here, I found the file that contains all these events, which are the association between a magic number and some state. It's very obvious that this can get very unwieldy extremely quickly. As you can see here, he has some number associated with 0, 1, or even 2, and then he needs to detail in a comment what that means. Now, imagine a developer accidentally puts 2 here or 3. Finding, tracking, and solving that bug is really going to be a development nightmare. What if you forget to type 3 here and accidentally type 2 and start associating coffee cold knowledge with floor 2 coffee age? Or even worse, in your code somewhere, instead of typing 213, you type 214 and now need to go back and track why your game is misbehaving. This is extremely poor practice and can get very messy very quickly. Not only that, but this is going to significantly decrease the velocity of your development because you're going to need to jump between the storyline vars file, find the event you want to reference somewhere else in code, and go back to that line that you'd like to reference the event in. So you're going to constantly need to be jumping between files, forgetting, potentially mistyping, and it's just a recipe for disaster. When it comes to the nested structure though, tell me what you think is better. What Thor has here, or what I have on screen, which in my opinion is much more expressive. Now this goes beyond simply liking code better. What I have on screen is objectively better because it makes it harder for you and others to make mistakes, and it's a lot clearer as to what's going on. I don't even need to know how this game is designed to understand that whatever he's doing here is not optimal. I also don't need to recommend the most optimal data structure because literally anything would be better than this. Another thing that's really, really weird is that he's using these numbers to represent people, and now everywhere he writes the number 1 and when it represents a person, he needs to remember that it's Shelly, which is presumably a game character. Imagine removing all these comments. Would you, as a newly added game developer to his game project, have any idea that 1 is Shelly? You would have no idea. This would never, ever be allowed in a production repository. And like I've been hinting, it's below what you'd expect of a bottom tier intern. One way to improve this is to write case and then switch on an enumeration. So case character Shelly. That is way, way better to whatever he has here. Another example is at 159. More magic numbers, 32. What does message 32 mean? What does message 65 mean? What does message 97 mean? And what are these dialogue options 2, 5, 6, 0? This is a culmination of my past couple of comments, all in one steaming pile of. Surprisingly, that is all the code that I can find in these game developer streams.
This is the game that I work on. It's called Hardbound. Now understand something. Before I send you this link, do not buy my game.
Alright, so I'm sure many of you have heard of Jason Thor Hall, better known online as Pirate Software, due to all the surrounding drama related to Stop Killing Games. This video isn't about the Stop Killing Games drama. I do support the Stop Killing Games initiative, and anyone in the EU currently watching this should go and sign up to care about game preservation. This video is going to be a review of Jason's job history, game dev industry claims, coding ability, and his heart.
One more time. I mean, like, we got, you know.
Bro, they had us at hello, though.
You just got to do it one more time, bro.
They had us at hello, though.
Poor decisions being made. Let's go, bro. Let's go. What is that? Did it work?
Road to end game without leaving Velia.
You have so many more
What is this?
Cheaper upgrades to do beforehand.
Thank you.
Way cheaper.
Dude, you have someone in your ear. Don't do this. Don't do this. You have way cheaper upgrades to do. And this absolute baboon. Oh, it went. This guy is why people quit the game. I want to be clear. This is like you getting your new friend into the game, trying to teach them how to play, and they just keep one-tapping everything. Oh. That went too. Oh. Awesome. Bro. You're just seething, bro.
What happened? Poor decisions being made. Let's go, bro. Let's go.
He's not wearing any earrings. Friendly reminder. No, it did not. That was edited. There's no way. There is no way. That's edited. That's editing. That's edited. There's no way. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. That's edited. There's no way. There's no way.
Okay, so I got my rings. I got my earrings here.
I don't believe it.
Essences,
I don't believe it.
And it's like
I do not believe it.
60 essence about.
It's edited.
And 14.4K captures, cool.
Edited.
And then
again, guy is literally missing 3 accessories, by the way. Guy literally missing 3 accessories. Missing 3 accessories. 2 at base. 2 at base. 2 base Charizards. Base Charizards. Had 2 Tetistos, 2 Pen Crescents. Now has no earrings, 1 base ring, and somehow went from a Pen Kaposha belt down to a base Charizard.
I can get more, bro, and then
it's even got a little up arrow in your inventory so that you know that it's more AP. The game tries to make it easier on you guys.
I guarantee you PA is going to have another sale in the next 2 months. That's guaranteed. They've been doing sales left and right, +1+, you know, bullshit.
This is why we can't get changes through to the game. Well, they just keep spending money, so clearly we're doing something right.
Earrings don't give DP Pog. He needs the wailing fallen god. V.
Oh, something's wailing.
Because people like you.
Because of people, exactly, bro. Because of people like me, bro.
It's true. This game is free because of him. People just like Hercules are the exact reason why the game is free for the rest of us. I literally am going to be without a value pack soon.
So throw your orders back up on the Essence. Will do, Monkey. Will do. I just want to see what the percent. Wow, that's a really shitty percent, bro.
Yeah. On 22 fail stacks, Silent Fallen God is unlikely to succeed. You right.
Should I try to get this to try?
No. No. Chat just says no, and you move on.
Nah.
Good.
You don't really need that.
And where
you
do
need the Kafras more.
You need anything.
The amount of money you will waste on that, you might as well get the Kafras.
Kafras, yeah, Kafras are good. We like Kafras,
more DP.
or just any earring.
Bro, even if it succeeds,
put on a base ring.
Free...
At this point, I'd be okay with a base witch's earring. Throw that shit on. Upgrade. Bog.
DP. That's like nothing in Kafras. That's not even your...
Bro, that's like an 8% chance. What you talking about? There you go, 10% chance, bro.
Yeah, but each click is...
He's already decided to click it. You can see it in his eyes. This is like that friend that hops into Discord with you, and he's like, yo, should I click my chess piece? It doesn't matter what you're about to say. Truly. He's already decided. It's gone. However, you should do the right thing and tell him to stream it. Because if he doesn't, he's gay.
How much? Each click you can pretty much get that amount of Kafras.
Bro, I want to see what happens, bro. I just want to see.
Resubscribed for 6 months.
Fly Descent, welcome back for 6 months, man. Appreciate you.
Monkey, you're telling me not to, brother, but
I appreciate that people are trying to tell him not to do this.
I just want to see.
It's not a mistake to click on it with those crowns, but it's not for your stage of the game. You have so many more, way cheaper upgrades to do beforehand. Like way cheaper.
The voice of reason in his ear. The voice of reason in his ear. And he just, this stupid ass look on his face. He's not even listening. He's not even. Yeah, I don't know what you just said. Bro, he doesn't give up. He stopped listening halfway through the sentence. You can have the best reasoning in the entire world. It's over, bro.
Bro, what happened? Did it work?
I hate you.
Yeah, reported. Yeah, he's reported. Everybody remember the last time I tried to enhance Silent Fallen God? Anybody remember? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pity! Woo! That's right, baby! All the way to Pity!
You.
By the way, We wasted all of our AFK fishing money on it. And $200 US because I had just made a video about why not to buy rolly boxes. And I was like, here's why you don't buy rolly boxes. Because even when you get the crown stones, you don't get enhancements. And then I threw the boots in there, and sure as shooting, that shit didn't go anywhere. And everyone in the comments was like, damn, I'm never buying these RNG boxes. I'm like, you're welcome.
Did it work?
It did.
Tell me not
Here we go again.
What? Did he just ask if it worked? Wait, what?
Ways to do beforehand, like way cheaper.
Bro,
I hate
what happened? Did it work?
I hate.
I hate these people. Oh, I hate players like this. God, I hate players like this. This is like that girl that you're trying to impress on the internet and you walk.
Hey everybody, Claudius here. I wanted to make a video talking about me taking an indefinite break from the...
One more time. I mean, like, we got, you know.
Bro, they had us at hello, though.
You just got to do it.
Just to get my character to this point. And in all of them, I spent actually $0. I have also tried to keep my content a bit actually $0.
You spent... So you don't have a tent? I'm calling bullshit. You have 1,500 weight and 142 inventory slots. The 142 inventory slots is doable. But you don't have a tent? Or a ferry?
I have also tried to keep my content a bit different. Not just copy-pasting Twitch streams and calling it content.
Whoa! Chill! What the bro, we out here attacking streamers! Yo, chill out, man! What the Bro, you just caught me! What the What the dude? Fucking, my content is not just copy-pasting my Twitch VOD. I hate people like that. Disgusting. Nasty people. No. It is content. F you. LV Yeti catching some shade here.
This is the story of how I...
Yeah, you'll notice that I don't have any shorts in there because Lucy's not doing his job. Anyway.
About my Pandeborashka earring.
Hey, mambo italiano.
There's something wrong with people that do this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know. It's maybe there's not something wrong. Maybe there's something wrong with me. I love enhancing. I would rather, like, if I'm gonna spend 200 bill, I'd rather spend the 200 bill clicking the button and get the dopamine from getting it myself than just save up 200 bill and buy it because it's so much less climactic. I don't know. And that was before I was a streamer. I enhanced everything myself. And I was a much bigger degenerate back then. Your job, apparently, it's not just has to do with my streaming job.
And how I lost my mind trying to get this point. But yeah, sometimes you need to lose your mind to level up your gear.
The problem is like that.
This guy has clearly lost his mind. He's a full-grown ass dude wearing these pink Hello Kitty headphones. Wild.
Example. This is Pandeborashka, and this is my current money. And every day getting closer, right? This is the normal routine of the nature. But it stay like that. Whenever I'm going like that, boom. Whenever I'm going like that, boom. Baba, just wait, Baba.
What is he saying?
So, just like it says here, you need to have silver in your warehouse to make a purchase.
He's got a crazy font, bro. This is crazy work.
My goal is pretty simple. Get a clean Pandeborashka earring. And for that goal, we need some money. I'm saying some money for a reason, because even while I'm editing this video, the minimum and maximum price keeps changing. First of all, I'm...
Crazy. You know what's funny is these people that are like, buy Debos, exchange for Kiritad. Buy Debos, exchange for Kiritad. Crazy, 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 crazy. Remember, guys, they're only 100 billion apiece. They're only 100 billion apiece, guys. Don't worry about it. It's only 100 billion apiece. What did I? God, I love being right. God, I love being right. God, I love being right. Holy shit, I'm right. I'm right. I'm right. I'm not going to be a child about it. I'm not going to be a child about it. But I'm right. You're wrong. I'm right. You were wrong. All of you were wrong. Okay, not chat. My chat. My chat's based. Okay, but all those streamers. All those streamers. Yep. Yep. What in the holy shit? All of those streamers, bro.
Subscribed for 4 months.
Even these are 140 now. These are recent price 139. Yeah, I can't wait for the new Lunai video explaining how this is like, it's fine. Trending upward, by the way. Trending still on the way up, by the way. Bam! It's almost like Blue Squadron actually does know what the he's talking about. Crazy work. Crazy work. Anyways.
Setting myself a daily
This guy's got a crazy font going on.
10 billion silver per day. Let's make an average plan for that, right?
Dude, I tried to do 10 billion silver a day, grinding the best grind zone in the game. The problem with this challenge, as I'm sure he might explain in this video, is that when you have Agris, it's like 2.5 hours, you're done. 2.5, 3 hours of grinding, you're done. You don't have Agris, 6 hour grind.